Okay, good morning, students. Can everyone hear me?
Good morning, sir.
Okay. So we'll start the class. Yesterday we were discussing about the relationship between economics and sociology. So we'll continue with that. So we were discussing the second unit of your syllabus. That is relationship of what sociology has with other social sciences. And earlier we had discussed the relationship between sociology and history, and today we'll be discussing the relationship what sociology has with economics. So yesterday we understood that economics it gives emphasis on the part of social welfare that can be directly or indirectly studied into human relationship through the embeddedness of money into human society. But here, when money gets involved in human society, human relationships starts changing. That is known as economical relationships. Now, to study economical relationships, we need sociology because sociology studies human societies, and when economic relationships are entwined into human society, then individual needs and concerns becomes a concern for the society as a whole, and which becomes the base of the subject sociology. So we can see that social relationships are parallel to economical relationships, and which are formed due to the presence of wealth, which dominates economics. So if we see the institute of class, it emerged because of economics, and where middle class or the capitalist class or the influence of capitalist class into the modern society or the influence of capitalism in the free market can be studied in sociology with the helps of economics. So therefore, a rich kind of subject matter, rich knowledge in the domain of the subject matter of economics in a social context leaves a scientific study for sociology. So yesterday we were discussing the differences. So I have already told that sociology primarily studies about the society and the social relationships, whereas economics studies about wealth and choice. So the issue of money it becomes primary in economics, where different statistical measures and use of quantitative methods and numbers and projections of the economy is primarily dealt in the subject of economics. But sociology, it does the qualitative aspects of economy in our society, and the qualitative aspects of what human relationships are undergone in society because of economics. So sociology emerged as a science of society very recently, whereas economics is a very old subject compared to sociology. Then we have seen that economics is considered as a concrete science in domain of social sciences, where sociology is considered as a abstract science. This is because economics relies on natural sciences such as mathematics and statistics for formulating its theorems and its uh, its domain. But sociology is based on philosophy of economics. That is, it is based on the abstract sciences, where we don't use the mathematical theorems and modelings to know about or to calculate the GDP or to calculate the GNP or to calculate different economical measures. So sociology generally deals with all aspects of social sciences, whereas economics only deals with a special or specific aspect of social sciences. That is, economics deals with market and money only. But sociology deals in all aspects. Sociology deals with politics. Sociology deals with economic. Sociology deals with caste. It deals with culture. It deals with tribe. So apart from money, We can see sociology. I ask you to please mute your mic. Benjamashi, please mute your mic. Okay. So, sociology is concerned with the social activities of individuals, whereas economics is considered with the economic activities. Now, society is studied as a unit in the study of sociology, whereas individual is taken as a unit in the study of economics. So, in sociology, we study society as a whole, but in economics, individual identity is given more importance rather than the social order. Please mute your mic. Okay. So both sociology and economics differ from each other in respects of methods and techniques. In sociology, we use different methods and we use different techniques, and in economics, different methods and different techniques are used. So, therefore, the methodological structure of both the subjects vary and differ. Okay. Now, different social sciences has used or social scientist has tried to use both the subject matter of both the subjects to fulfill their theoretical understanding of the society, and from which we can take two examples which I have discussed in last classes. One is Karl Marx and the other one is Max Weber. Both have used economy and society, and both have used economy to understand society or to give a enhancement of the perspective towards which society deals in the modern social formation. So we can see that different philosophers they tried to explain economics in a social context, and one such philosopher or one such economist or one such thinker is John Stuart Mill. So John Stuart Mill, he defines the subject of economics in a social context as the science which traces the laws of such phenomena of society, and it operates for the mankind in the production of wealth, and insofar as those phenomena which are modified by the pursuit of any other object. So this is how John Stuart Mill tries to deal with economics. For him, it is a pursuit of science which operates for mankind for the production of wealth, so that human beings can be understood by the value of objectivity and by the value of wealth. So clearly here we can see that the concept of societal effect of nature is prevalent in the society from the basis of production and consumption. And production of what? Production of objects, production of production of services. Another economist, Alfred Marshall, who was a neoclassical economist, he tried to explain that economics is the study of mankind in the ordinarily business of life. So, from this definition, we can see that this definition examines the part of individual and society which is mostly connected with the use of material requisites for human well-being. So, both the thinkers, Alfred Marshall and John Stuart Mill, has tried to give emphasis on the use of material, on the use of object, and therefore objectivity becomes more closely defined in economics. But in sociology, we use subjectivity for understanding economical relationships, and this has been clearly done by the philosopher or the thinker Max Weber. He uses a subjective understanding of human social actions dealing with economics. So, therefore, Max Weber in his study of Protestant ethics and spirit of capitalism, it shows how an alternative social subjective well-being for the for a set of people gives the notion of religion into economy. So we can study human being in a social setup by both the subject, but in a different methodological situation. So the relationship between individuality and societal aspects is further enhanced when both the subjects are studied and when both the subjects are uh, dealt with the human society. But in fact, economics, like other social sciences, are concerned with individuals chiefly as members of social organisms. So, social organism becomes a cathedral for which a person is more important than a series of thoughts and feelings he has in the society, and how his sum of lives as individual members are enhanced through his procuring capacity or buying capacity or through his involvement in economical action. Therefore, it is true that human society is made up of constituent parts, of which economy and economical problems and economical setup is been one of the parts. So in modern sociological times, we can see that economic sociology becomes a sub-discipline of sociology. Now, what is economic sociology? Economic sociology is also a sub-discipline of sociology, where I think in masters people have a different paper on economic sociology. So, economic sociology becomes a sub-discipline for understanding the economical dimensions that are present in society. So there are different sociologists who deals with economic sociology, and some of them are Carl Polanyi, Mark Granovetter, and these people they are they have uh, greatly contributed for the development of economic sociology. So after the 1980s, economic sociology experienced a remarkable revival. So till 1980, economical sociology or economic sociology did not boom up to that level that after 1980 it had. This was because of a series of development that took place in our society, and this series of development were the industrial revolution, the end of Cold War, the taking of liberalization, privatization, and the opening up of economy of many countries, that is through democratic capitalism. And therefore few sociologists doing rigorous research on the relationship between market and society contributed through a series of articles, through a series of books, and which led to the development or to the revival of economic sociology. So the main contributor was Mark Granovetter and Carl Polanyi. Mark Granovetter, he was uh, morely inclined towards understanding economic institutions as social constructions. So where he gave the importance of ties, of a network that people has when they involve themselves in economical transactions. So we have a network around us, and because of this network we carry our daily activities, which he tells as social network. And through this network people are involved in ties, and there are two types of ties. One is weak ties and another one is strong ties. So the network which people process among their close ones are known as weak ties, and the network they possess among the people whom they are not directly involved are known as strong ties. So, in his article, Economic Institutions and Social Constructions, Granovetter argues that institutions are actually social networks, and because economic action mostly takes place in this network, therefore, social scientists must consider interpersonal relationships while studying economy. So this becomes a very important part of his theorizing. He further argues that in the contemporary economic sociology, markets are considered as networks of producers watching each other and trying to crave, and are considered as our niches. And therefore, because of market situation involved in our society, we are inclined towards economic transactions, and we are inclined towards always optimizing our resources. Therefore, we can say that networks are the core area of concern in the contemporary economic sociological domain. So, let's take for example, if someone needs to purchase something or someone needs to buy something. So, before buying the product, we will ask our close ones about the uses of the product, about the validity of the product, or about the review of the product. And when we get certain satisfaction or certain satisfactory notes about the product, then only we'll get the product. And before getting the product, we'll ask our friends, our family members, that from where this product can be purchased in a cheap amount. So therefore, we do a series of research, we go through a series of networks of people to know about the product, and finally we end up buying the product. So this is how the network society deals with. This is how social network deals with the economy or getting economical transactions done in the human society. So Granovetter, he beautifully jotted down these important points that economical institutions becomes how economical institutions become social constructions, and how we are formulating economic activities in our daily life through a series of networks. Now, the next important uh, contributor in economic sociology is Karl Polanyi, which is also another important sociologist who argued that the birth of free market was an institutional transformation necessarily promoted by the state. So the birth of free market. So we are talking about liberalization, privatization, and globalization, where the market situations becomes open up and different type of companies can invest in the market. So this is known as free market. So Polanyi, he told that free market became an institutional necessary which was promoted by the state. In India, in 1992, Manmohan Singh advocated the free market scenario through his policy implications of liberalization, privatization, and globalization, where prior to this policy implementation, the markets in the society were being controlled by the state, and where other companies from other countries had different freedom, had a difficult freedom for setting up companies in India. But after liberalization, privatization, and globalization, different foreign companies came up in India, and they set up their industries, and this was how Indian market got transformed and it got opened up. So different type of foreign companies, let's say for example KFC, McDonald's, Domino's. So these companies prior to 1992 they didn't came up in India, or they didn't, or like these companies, the other companies they did not had that liberty to set up their institutions because our market was not opened up. It was only after 1992 market got opened up and different type of foreign investments it pulled the capital into Indian markets, and it was through this the market economy boomed up in India, and foreign companies they started making their products in India, and they started selling their products also in India. So this got a general acceptance in the modern in the domain of economic sociology. Because of this, the new economic sociology came into being. So different sociologists argue that new economic sociology obtained its specific legitimacy by bringing together two promising new currents, that is social network analysis and new institutionalism. This new institutionalism, it is inclined towards market economy, where market became a new institution that governs society. And along with these two fields, the cultural mode of analysis that has led to new economic sociology is believed to be the one of the liveliest fields of sociology. So, what are the common issues concerning both sociology and economics? That both these subjects they study together. The first issue is unemployment. So when we study unemployment in sociology, we greatly consider it as an economic problem. This is because it is rooted in economics. So the roots of unemployment, one can see that it is equally important for sociology as well as it is equally important for economics. In the eyes of sociologists, unemployment is a social problem. Sociologists argue that social factors equally contribute to unemployment. So these factors may be ranging from caste, maybe ranging from class, maybe ranging from different governmental schemes, maybe ranging from education to politics. But many of the pioneer sociologists who worked on social problems describe unemployment as a product of social factors such as degrading social status and the rapid growth of population, then drawback in institutional system and geographical immobility. So people, when they are less immobile, or when there is no mobility, then when there is a rapid growth of population, when there is inflation happening in the society, and when there is a drawback in the educational system, where the educational system is not boosted, then there would be a rise in unemployment, and where it would become a problem because many of the people won't be earning money, and therefore they would be living a substandard lifestyle. So there would be homeless people, there would be people who would be having no money, no job. So this would lead to some criminal activities in the society where people would be trying to earn money through fraudulent means. So therefore, unemployment also gives birth to a series of problems such as corruption, such as crime. So therefore, this becomes a sociological study for the subject matter of sociology. A few of the sociologists also have linked it with the personal factors such as illness, disability, aging. So these factors also becomes some of the important criteria for unemployment. Now for economics, unemployment is a solely an economic problem. They explain unemployment through the transition of capitals, through the transition of GDP, to the transition of GNP, to the transition how society to post-industrial, and in the presence of global economies, how unemployment has become a problem. Economists argue that the occurrence of unemployment largely depends upon the demand for labor. So when there is less demand for labor, then there would be unemployment. So until and unless people are involved into skilled labor practices, then there won't be any shortfall in employment. But when people are not getting skilled, they are not being trained properly, then obviously the unemployment rate would be also high. So therefore, in number of occasions, the number of jobs that are available, it falls out of supply of labor, and that is the number of persons who are willing to work that does not have that requisite amount of skills that a job demands, and therefore unemployment rises. So we can see that the reasons for unemployment in India is due to increasing population of the country, and this is because the rate at which it is increasing has surpassed the rate at which jobs are created. So there are less jobs as compared to the number of people present in our society. So through this perspective, economics deals while studying unemployment. Now there is another important feature that is studied by both the subjects. This is child labor. So child labor is also a mutual study of both the subjects. So child labor is studied by economics, and at the same time child labor is studied by sociology also. So child labor has become a common dismal in many developing countries like India, where thousands of minors are made to work, and therefore they're deprived of the common facilities of education, the necessary facilities of healthcare and leisure activities. And their basic freedoms are curtailed, and their rights are also being violated. So therefore, it is most often that we see child labor in the garages, in the hotels, or in demolishing or constructing activities. So mostly it is not children who decides when to start working. Instead of going to school, they are being hosted in other socio-economic activities, primarily by their families or their households, where they are being forced to work. So therefore, children are not given their choice of education, and therefore and when they are involved in the informal economy, they are also not being paid for their work sufficiently. And Because of this, most of the families in rural areas and children are often made to engage in agricultural activities, and in urban areas, poor families often send their children to work as servants in domestic household, to work as laborers in garages, to work as laborers in various construction activities, to work as laborers in vendors, and to work as laborers and vendors for selling products. So therefore, this cause of child labor has lack of economical mindset or economical freedom through education, which force parents to send their children to different activities and which are also very dangerous. Now, next important point which is studied by both the subjects is inequality. So inequality is a common topic that is studied by economics and sociology. So economics looks up on economic inequality, whereas sociologists will analyze social inequality in the society. So what is economic inequality? So economic inequality is shown by people on the basis of different positions and their earning capacity and their income. So therefore, economical inequality is divided into three. The first one is income inequality, then the second one is pay inequality, and the third one is the wealth inequality. So therefore, the first one, income inequality, refers to the extent to which income is distributed unevenly among a group of people. So different set of people, they would be earning differently. Officer would be earning differently, a business person would be earning differently, a laborer would be earning differently, and therefore, our society, we have a stratified economical earning group. So different type of people, they are being merged or differently through their earnings. So therefore, we must note that income is not just pay, but after all, it is the money received from job, which included wages, salaries, and even bonuses as well. Now, pay inequality is also another kind of economic inequality, which refers to a people's pay is different to their income. Here, pay refers to the payment from employment only. And the last type of economic inequality, that is wealth, it 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 refers to inequality through which distributions of assets takes place in a group of people. So first we are discussing wealth inequality, income inequality. So people might be having multiple resources for income generation. Someone would be earning through employment, and at the same time they might be having businesses and renting different places. So from these three things only income can come to a single people. But when we talk about pay inequality, it is only through payment given by the employers to the employee, and it is also different for different set of people or for the job criteria or what people does, or it depends on what type of work people are doing. So this was pay inequality. Now there is wealth inequality. Different people might be having different assets or different wealth. Some might be owning a car, some might be having a building, some might not be owning a car, some might not be staying in a building, they might be staying in a rent house. So this is the type of wealth inequality that has in our society, and therefore this includes the financial assets such as bonds, stocks, property, and pensions. So this wealth inequality, pay inequality, and income inequality becomes a subject matter of economics. Now social inequality becomes a subject matter of sociology. So social inequality is different from this income or this type of inequality that is projected in economics. So what is social inequality? Social inequality occurs when social resources are distributed unequally. So how can we understand this? So there is unequal distributions of resources based on society's transformation. So among different class of people, among different sex of people, among different race of people, and among different gender, different resources are distributed differently. So this is known as social inequality. Let's say, for example, in the caste system, the Dalits are being exploited by the upper caste, as told by the Dalit scholars or from the Dalit literatures, we can understand this. So this is one kind of social inequality. Now there would be race inequality. So during World War II, we have seen how Hitler has exploited a race of people and how different resources were being distributed inequally by him. So this becomes a classic example of race inequality. Now there is gender inequality. So gender inequality is everywhere present in our society. We see how women become a gender and how they are being given unequal opportunities as compared to the males or as compared to the men. So this is known as gender inequality. So these type of inequalities are studied in sociology and they are known as social inequality. So I think we have discussed how sociology and economy, they are dependent on one another, and how there are differences between both the subjects, and how there are some common points that are being studied by both the subjects. So I think we have discussed in details about all the aspects of economics and sociology. So does anyone has any doubt? Any doubt? Is anyone having any doubt? Yes or no?
No, sir.
Okay. So after this, we'll discuss the relationship of what uh, sociology has with psychology. Let me check your syllabus once. Is everyone having the syllabus? Yes. So we have history, psychology, economics, and social anthropology. So we have discussed relationship of sociology with history, and we have also discussed what relationship sociology has with economics. So now we'll be discussing what relationship sociology has with psychology. Okay. So now we know that all human beings or all living beings has their ability to think, to interact in the environment they live in. So first we have to know what psychology is. Psychology is nothing but it is the thinking capacity, or it is the perception that people has in their minds because they have the ability to think. Therefore, human society has developed because systematic attempts has been made by scholars to understand and document social and cultural activities of human in different contexts across space and time. Therefore, human nature and relationship give birth to academic disciplines such as psychology, sociology, history, economics, and other social sciences. Why? Because human has the ability to think and to document and to write their thinking through books, through journals in different space and time. And because of which different subjects emerge, and psychology is one among them. So according to sociology, psychology focuses on the study of human beings. So the question arises, like, is there any interlinkage or interrelationship between both the subjects, or whether the theoretical parameters or the premises of both the disciplines could be integrated to develop a better understanding of socio-psychological phenomena, or both the subjects has a different understanding of methodology. So we'll deal this in depth. So by studying this unit, we'll understand the nature of sociology and psychology, also the subject matter of social psychology. Now, what is the definition of sociology? First, we know what sociology is. It was coined by August Comte, was known as the father of sociology. Sociology is concerned with the study of human relationships in the society, and it is believed that these relationships develop when individual comes in close contact with one another and how interaction takes place between them. And because of this interaction, social groups are formed, and complex relationship among the social groups gives a result in constant interaction among different groups or different individuals. Hence, it can be said that social self and individual self are two parts of the same society. Therefore, scholars have attempted to define the subject matter of sociology. So, one of the founding father of sociology, Auguste Comte, he divided the subject matter of sociology into the study of social statics and social dynamics. So social statics was concerned with the study of how different parts of societies interrelate and how the dynamic was to focus on the whole of society as the unit of analysis and to show how they developed and changed through time. Now, we have to know the definition of psychology as well. The term psychology is defined or it is derived from two Greek words. One is psyche, that means soul or breath, and logos means knowledge or study. So it is the study of the soul. Psychology was developed as an independent academic discipline in 1879 by a German professor named William Wundt. So he first established a laboratory for psychology at the University of Leipzig in Germany. So initially, psychology was defined as a science of consciousness. In simple words, we can define psychology as a systematic study of human behavior and experience through human interpretation, through human interactions. So according to different scholars, psychology is the study of behavior and cognitive process that people has. So psychology emphasizes on the processes that occurs inside the individual minds, such as perception, cognition, emotions, and the consequences of these processes on social environment. So we become the most important organism on our planet because of our ability to think, that is perception, because of our ability to imagine, that is cognition, and because of our ability to express our feelings, that is emotion, and because of which we are brilliant among the species, or we are superior to other species. So therefore, psychologically, we are more superior as compared to other species, and we have a society of our own, and we have a group of people for our own, which no other species does. And therefore, psychology becomes a subject matter to study society. So sociology and psychology, what can be the possible interlink between the two subjects? We'll discuss now. So sociology and psychology together form the core of social sciences. Right from their beginning, as separate academic disciplines, both the subjects have studied different aspects of human life. Now, most of the other species, like dogs, then whales, then monkeys, or all these other species, they work on instincts in physical environment for their survival. We have seen how the dogs barks and shows their instincts, and we have seen how foxes they howl and they shows their instincts. So it is through instincts how different organisms they learn survival. But while the survival of humans depends upon learned behavior patterns, and we learn, we communicate through socialization. Okay, so therefore, an instincts involve genetically programmed derivative forms of behavior in a particular way. It also involves specific instructions to perform a particular action. So we perform particular action and we learn those particular actions through socialization. Let's say, for example, someone is laughing or someone is crying. So he won't cry simply. There would be particular circumstances, there would be particular time and space where he will cry. So someone might be hurt. That is why he is crying. He won't be crying simply. So therefore, an instincts involve a genetically programmed derivative which informs behavior in a particular way in a particular happening situation. So it involves specific instructions to perform particular actions. For example, birds have instincts to build their nests. Then members of a particular species are programmed to build a nest in particular style. So different birds may be having different criteria for building their nest. So we see different nests. An eagle might be having a different type of nest, while a crow might be having a different type of nest. So like this, for humans also, we have different sets of criteria for different group of people. So human mind is influenced by social culture, customs, and norms. Let's say, for example, I have a house, you also have a house. My house would be greatly influenced in the society where I am living, what kind of culture I have, and your house would be also same time, it would be influenced by those things. Suppose I am eating food, you are also eating food, my food would be greatly involved by the customs and patterns of the culture and the societal aspects in the society that I am living in. Your food habits, your clothes habit, your dressing pattern, your language would be also highly influenced by the culture, by the customs, by the emotions that you people are living in. So it is how different types of social understandings can be influenced in a social custom or in a social setup through societal customs, through societal cultural norms and values. So it is through socialization that human learns specific behavior and patterns to practice them in best physical environment. So human processes the information provided by the social context to study the sense of living conditions. Therefore, sociology's basic unit of analysis in the social systems such as family and social groups, etc., becomes an important point for understanding the socialization process. So now we have understood how sociology and psychology are dependent. Socialization becomes a subject matter of psychology. So without socialization, society does not function. So we have seen that through socialization, people or human beings learn the aspects of the society. Therefore, sociology is greatly dependent on psychology. So the main subject matter of psychology is to understand the human mind. How human mind analyzes attitude, behaviors, emotions, perceptions, and values. So this leads to the formation of individual personality living in the social environment. So what is individual personality? What kind of characteristics are present in an individual? So if we break down these characteristics, we can see attitude, behavior, emotion, perceptions, all this comes together and it builds the human personality. So therefore, people living in a different social environment has different set of mindset, has different set of attitude, has different set of behaviors, has different set of emotions, and has a different set of perceptions and values. So therefore, sociology deals with the study of these social environments, this social collectiveness, which includes family, then community, and other social institutes. So therefore, for instance, while studying group dynamism or while studying group characteristics, sociologists and psychologists initially share common interest in various types of groups and their structures and the degree of which they come together. So the initial similarity of interest takes into different focus. Both the disciplines use theoretical positions to explain the group phenomena. So both the disciplines, sociology and psychology, they use sociological theories or psychological theories to explain group situations or to explain human characteristics. So what is psychology and how psychology contributes to the development of sociology? So psychology contributes to the development of sociology through a subject matter which is independent in sociology, that is social psychology. So social psychology becomes a subpart of sociology, and through this social psychology, psychology contributes in the development of sociology. So let's discuss deep about social psychology. So the quest to study human behavior on scientific principles started with the emergence and establishment of natural sciences during the 19th century. So it was August Scott, through the society, he studied using scientific methods of natural sciences. So Comte argued that careful observation of the entities that are known directly to experience could be used to explain the relationship between the observed phenomena. So to understand causal relationship between various events, it is possible to predict future events. So how he did that? He did this by studying the law of human progress or how society progressed. So he told that society progressed through people's belief in theology, in metaphysics, and in science. So this is highly social psychological. In the first phase, in the development of human progress, which is known as the theological phase, it is in this phase we believed on theology, or to understand the society, we brought answers from theology or from God. Let's say, for example, it is raining. People thought that it is God who is giving rain. Or suppose it is, or suppose there is earthquake happening, or suppose there is a fire happening, or suppose there is a volcano eruption happening. So people started believing that these are caused by God. So during this phase in ancient society, every possible situations that emerged in society, it was believed to be caused by God. And that is why human mindset, they deeply inclined towards theology for understanding human phenomena, or for understanding physical phenomena. So this was how the theological phase came into being. Now the next phase is known as the metaphysical phase, where different functions, or where different situations, when it was occurring in the society, people stated that now there are not only one God, there are multiple gods. So there may be a god of fire, there may be a god of wind, there may be a god in water, there may be a god in trees, there may be a god in rock. So different kind of forces control the society. So there are different type of metaphysical powers or metaphysical forces that controls the physical environment in which human beings live, and therefore the answers of some questions were derived from metaphysical forces, and people in this phase, they had their attitude to believe on metaphysics. Let's say, for example, someone is getting sick. People believe that it was happening because of some evil forces like ghosts or some other forces, because of which people might be becoming sick, or they might be having, let's say, for example, different type of diseases. So the quest for metaphysical answers highly was highly in demand during the metaphysical stage. After people undergo through metaphysical phase, a new phase arrived that was known as the positivist phase by Scott. And it was in this phase that people started taking answers, or started believing on science. People came to know that earthquakes are being caused by signs of the geological thing that is happening in the earth crust. When different tectonic plates, they collide with each other, then we have earthquake. When there is condensation and evaporation of water, we have rain. So everything can be understood through science. Now there is no God involved in the answers that people came across. Now there is no metaphysical forces that people relied for getting answers. So therefore, in the positivist stage, people believed on science. Now, this is how the development of social psychology came, where people's psychic or people's thinking capacity has been evolved through different understanding, from superstitious belief to superstitious forces to science, to scientific belief. So Auguste Comte, he argued that careful observation of entities that were formerly or known directly to experience could be used to explain relationship between the observed phenomena. By understanding the causal relationships, we can understand future events. So he also said that believe that once the rules governing the social lives are identified, the social scientists can work towards the betterment of the society. So that is like, we need to understand how social lives or how social events are being governed in the society. And once we understand these events, then we can contribute to the development or to produce knowledge about the society. So the ideas of the early and later sociologists helped to shape the sociological understanding of social psychology, and different type of social analysis was done by different sociologists, among which George Herbert Mead becomes important for us. So understand about George Herbert Mead in the other classes. So he becomes one of the important founding father for social psychology. And apart from George Herbert Mead, we have George Simmel, Charles Horton Cooley, and Erving Goffman. So these people, they are the pioneers of social psychology. So the emergence of modern social psychology could be traced from the 19th century onwards. So one of the first systematic manual for social psychology is the ethical interpretation in mental development, which was done by James Mark Baldwin. So he did this work on social psychology, which is regarded as one of the most important works. So what is social psychology? So we were discussing in great detail about the social, in depth about social psychology, but we need to understand what is it actually. So it is the relationship, or it is the constant interaction between the intra-individual and the social context, which influence both society and individual. So social psychology could be defined as the study of the interface between the two sets of phenomena, the nature and the cause of human social behavior. So social psychology is nothing but the study of social behavior. Okay. So social psychology is a discipline that explores in-depth manner about various aspects of social interactions. Okay. So interdisciplinary approaches are also given to study social psychology. Now, depending upon the approach, purpose, and focus of the study, social psychology could be further divided into sociological social psychology and psychological social psychology. So there are further two branches of social psychology. So the cognitive social psychology, or the social cognition, is an approach that investigates how information is processed and stored. So information is processed and stored in human capacity, in human brain. Now, social psychology has also certain scopes. As said, social psychology studies human behavior. We know that social psychology attempts to understand the relationship between individual mankind and thought process that governs the individual when he is in society, and when he is also in isolation. So the acquisition for knowledge about the springs of human behavior is one of the important tasks of social psychology. So in today's situation, a reciprocal relationship exists between the individual and the social environment. So therefore, social psychology attempts to present an integrated picture about social and psychological. Okay. Now, one important phenomena which describes social psychology, that is a sociological theory which is known as the sociological imagination. So it was given by C. Wright Mills. So there is a famous book known as Sociological Imagination, and I urge everyone to get hold of this book and to read it. So in our day-to-day activity, our daily life is influenced by a variety of factors, which includes the family, values, other norms that shapes the larger social forces. So an important tool to see these forces at work in our everyday life is sociological imagination. So C. Wright Mills defines sociological imagination as for how individuals understand their own and others' past in relation to history and social structure. So Mills argued that sociologists must understand larger cultural, structural, and historical factors that influence the individual before arriving at any conclusion. So therefore, social norms and values and cultures and roles and statuses can be understood, which regulate our behavior, and that is associated with the conduct through which we portray to others. So social psychology draws on many concepts of sociology to study the reciprocal relationship between humans and social environment. So Max Weber, he emphasizes the influence of culture on human behavior, where he introduced the concept of Verstehen. So it is the subjective understanding of human action or human cultural activities in small groups. So this approach led to the development of methods where sociologists tried to understand or to study through social psychology. So in the next class, we'll discuss in details like how social psychology, how psychology is involved in the study of sociological imaginations, or how sociology and psychology are dependent on one another, what differences both the subject has, and how it contributed for the development of knowledge. So till now, anyone has any doubt? Is anyone having any doubt? So there are no doubts. Okay, then we'll continue with the class in the next session. Thank you.
Good morning, students. So today the topic of discussion is our rural social institutions. So family and marriage, these are all different kinds of rural social institutions that today now we'll discuss. So what is family? A family comes into being when a couple is married in a ways approved or sanctioned by the society. It gains in size with the birth of each child and decreases in size from the time the first child lives on marriage, followed by other children. Eventually, one and then the other of the spouses die, and the family cycle has come to an end. So, this group assumes many variations and performs various roles, fulfilling multiple needs of its members. In some cultures, the members in a family are related by blood or marriage and occasionally by adoption to larger units, larger units usually associated with 1 minute. Within a minute, we'll continue. Okay, so we are discussing family and marriage. These are all different kinds of social institutions, rural social institutions. So, uh, so family that come into being when a couple is married, then eventually one and then the other of the spouses die and the family cycle has come to an end. This group assumes mainly variations and performs various roles, fulfilling multiple needs of its members. In some cultures, the members in a family are related by blood or marriage and occasionally by adoption too. Ah, wait for a minute. Okay. And so usually associated with peasant societies and farm communities are called joint family. or A joint family is a group of people who generally live under one roof. So some noise is coming. Please, uh, yeah. Larger units usually associated with peasant societies and farm communities are called joint families or extended families. Mm, a joint family is a group of people who generally live under one roof, eat from a common kitchen, and hold property in common. Uh, uh, so that is extended family, a joint family. So they participate in common worship and are related with each other as members of a kindred. It has then greater generation depth than other families. That is, members belong to three or more generations as we go, sons and grandchildren. Then they are characterized by mutual rights and obligations. So so the different functions of family in pre-industrial societies, the family serves a variety of functions. It is the basic economic unit of production and consumption. It socializes the young. It mm, it is the entire of political power. It is the center of political power. It enforces norms and laws, and it is the source of religious beliefs. In industrial societies, the family surrenders some of these functions to the economic system, the schools, the political system, the legal system, the organized religion, but uh, it does not retain certain basic functions. Then regulations of sexual conduct also. In all societies, sexual behavior is linked to marriage, from which lines of descent, inheritance, and kinship relations are specified. Premarital Premarital and marital sexuality is regulated in ways suitable to their environment. Then reproduction, one of the functions of family is to ensure the survival of the society to reproduction to occur. Then rules of legitimacy assign children to parent with the responsibility to care for and socialize them. Thus, the biological fact of reproduction gains a social meaning. Then assignment of status. So family also, another function of the family is to newborn, assign the newborn status uh, uh, mm, in the social structure. Children are socially recognized as a numbers of their parents' caste group, clan, and lineage, as well as religion. Eventually, they receive support from them. Then protection and emotional support. Protection and emotional support. Humans differs from the other animals in that children are unable to survive apart from adults for several years. Because of their extended dependence, the family serve the important function of caring for young children with food, shelter, clothing, care, then seek and protect from external harm. They also look after the elderly and the family provides intimate relationship and emotional support. Then socialization. Then parents they also transmit the culture of their society to their children and make them fully socialize. Mm, mm, mm. Then the economic functions of the family. The family is also a unit of economic production and consumption in pre-industrial societies. The family is self-sufficient in many aspects. The division of labor among family members is clean to formal. Then Indian rural family. Then since we are discussing the rural social institutions, then we must discuss family in rural India context. The family in rural India shapes the individual with its values and serves as an instrument to enforce community norms. Often, the interest of the family takes precedence over the individual growth and opportunities. In most communities in Indian descent, is traced in the father's line, known as patrilineal descent, but several tribal and non-tribal groups are matrilineal, tracing lineage in mother's line. Therefore, it is also considerable variation in patterns of residence after marriage. Predominantly, the wife moves to live in her husband's father's house. The wife moves to live in her husband's father's house, and hence the family type is patrilocal. The Khasi, the Khasi tribes are matrilocal, whereas the Nayars are moved from matrilocal to patrilocal or neolocal patterns. In several fields, men are the effective decision makers, and major management functions are vested in them. This male dominant structure, particularly patriarchy in the form, is the norm in a sizable part of Indian society. Put together, the family is patrilateral. Okay, uh, so India is often described in sociology as a country of joint family. Said Basta. Okay, so India is a country that is often described in sociology as a country of joint family. At a given point of time, most families they are nuclear, but most nuclear families grow into joint families and break up later into nuclear units. A typical joint family is a larger group. A typical joint family is a larger group. So that is composed of three or more generations. This family may live together as a household and jointly carry out economic pursuits. A form of jointness is maintained where nuclear families live and work separately, but without formal division of ancestral property, and members congregating on occasion of marriage, each death and important ceremonial occasions. They also tend to share mutual economic and social obligations. This phenomena is conceptualized as joint family sentiment. Then, while greater homogeneity are being based on peasant households, the rural family is also characterized by greater discipline and interdependence, dominance of family interest, authority of the father, authority of the father or other senior male members, and joint participation of members in several activities. Several activities. The rural, the the rural family is far more homogeneous in terms of occupation. Mm. and worldview, and hence is stable, functioning in an integrated manner. Then the second essential characteristic is that most families are based on peasant households. There is a very little occupational difference as all its members are engaged in agriculture, since they hold property in common and cooperate with one another in their family enterprise, spending most of their time together. The homogeneity is reinforced. Okay. Then uh, yes. Then, due to common farm activities and management by senior male members, there is a close observation and monitoring, which results in relatively greater discipline in enforcing local community and family norms. Dominance of family interest. Dominance of family interest is the consequence of the lifestyle and socialization which strengthens the emotional solidarity. Family solidarity is appreciated as a virtue even by those who do not practice. Individual preference are subject to family interest. Individual preference uh, are subject to family interest, fame, and name. This phenomena is often called familism as against individualism, noticed in the urban families. Authority of the father or other male senior stems from the preceding characteristics. The head of the rural family assumes power which enable him to effectively distribute work, coordinate and control their daily life. In view of the predominance of the oral tradition and by virtue of better competence and wisdom gained over time, the seniors train the youngsters for future agriculture work as well as social life. This expanded role of socialization provides the seniors added authority. Then familism and its impact on rural society. What is that? Then Sorokin and Zimmerman, along with their associates, examined the association between family on one hand and social and political institutions on the other hand. In subsistence agrarian societies, they identified, wait for a minute. Okay, then so familism and its impact on rural society. So Sorokin and Zimmerman, along with their associates, examined the association between family on one hand and social and political institutions on the other in subsistence agrarian societies. They identified the centrality of family in those societies, its influence on the whole social organization. All other social institutions and relationships are uh, mm, modeled according to the pattern of rural family relationships. This familism is the outstanding and fundamental trait of such a society. Then, the stamp of familism is expressed in a number of characteristics. Politically, practically everyone marries and marries at an early age. Family as a unit assumes social responsibilities. The individual is accorded to the status enjoyed by his family. The normative system, values, and religious doctrines have been supporting the family units and stability, thus providing multiple sources of legitimacy for the joint family. Then Power structure and leadership patterns reflect the patrilateral authority of the family. Then, family ownership, production, and consumptions are the traits of the economic structure. Ancestor worship. Ancestor worship is a cult of family which includes ceremonies aimed at the security and prosperity of the family. The urban family members are oriented in different ways. The urban center provides diverse opportunities for education, employment, mm, uh, uh, and independent income. Their economic interests are not integrated. Their economic interests are not integrated with the interest of the whole family. They tend to manifest not only reduced homogeneity but also diffused and individual interests, slackening the family discipline, familism as well as the authority of their senior men. Hence, the urban family is less authoritarian, less interdependent, and less cooperative. Okay, the urban family members, they are oriented in different ways. So so they tend to manifest not only reduced homogeneity but also diffused and in the individual interest, lacking the family discipline. Then occupational diversity also and separate family income provide motivation for individual prospects, with legal provisions and better awareness of them strengthen the demand of partitioning of property. The individual increasingly breaks away from the family restriction. Then impact of modernization. The rise and development of modern industries in association with growing urbanization initiated several changes in the social organization. Rural economy has been integrated. The uh, the uh, uh, the rural economy has been integrated with the capitalist market economy, undermining the subsistence agrarian economy. Modern transport and communication facilitates that facilities promoted their contact with urban areas, bringing new ideas and values to villages. Rural society started losing the familistic worldview and family is subject to pressure from other social institutions. Rural family is initiated into a process wherein it observes urban traits. Rural urban migration is a widespread phenomenon. Rural households tend to become smaller, live jointly for a shorter span of time, though property may be held in common. The products of modern industry reach out to rural people, and many rural artisans move into cities seeking better prospects. The traditional Jazwani system loses its economic solidarity, precipitating an overall disintegration of the system. The establishment of schools, dispensaries, and administratives and judiciary machinery reduce the function of the family as a school and as a provider of healthcare. The rule of custom is being replaced by rule of law enacted by the state. The anchorage of the family shifted from consanguinity to conjugality. Both are blended. Many of its economic, political, educational, medical, social, and cultural functions are shared with other agencies are lost. Family is a relatively specialized group today. However, a few comparative studies on Indian family have added to new perspectives. Even when most rural families are nuclear, there is a continuing bond, a sense of mutual obligation among those very closely related by blood. They tend to extend economic support when one of them is in a crisis, besides sharing a seed of oneness. This sentiment of jointness is a significant quality that distinguishes Indian family from Western families. Then marriage. Marriage as a social institution in rural society. The family comes into being as a result of marriage and it is also continued through marriage. Thus, marriage has important implications for the family as well as for the network of kinship. For an understanding of both family and kinship, a consideration of marriage is essential. First on mate selection, all societies have rules that define a pool of eligible marital partners for an individual. There are groups into which a person can and cannot marry. Rules of endogamy requires that people marry within certain defined groups and categories. In India, socially approved marital unions can take place generally within the tribe or the jati, but there are exceptions. Hypergamous marriages allows alliances of a lower jati woman to a higher jati man. This practice was prevalent in Kerala involving Nair women and Nambudiri men. Conversely, in hypogamous alliance, an upper jati woman can enter into the alliance with the man of lower jati. So exogamy determines the categories among whom marriage alliance cannot take place. Hindus cannot marry with their clan, Kula or Gotra because it is believed to have a common ancestor denoting blood relationship. Those who offer rice or pinda to the deceased and those who are assumed to share the particles of same body constitute sapinda. Alliance between them is also prohibited. Alliance between them is also prohibited. Then, in the context of marital union, seven generations in the direct male line and five generations in the mother's line constitutes sapinda. According to Hindu Marriage Act of 1955, marriage between two persons related within five generations on father's side and three generations on the mother's side are not permitted to marry. In spite of that, local custom permits such alliances. The enforcement of the rules of exogamy is strict even now. Incest taboo is considered a very serious violation. Then arranged marriage. According to the customs, older members of the family arrange marriage of younger members. Then marriage is also considered a union between families for political, economic, and social purposes. Arranged marriages involve calculations and negotiations where people of preferred categories are to marry. The process is less cumbersome. Cross cousin and uncle niece marriages are preferred alliances in South India. Where marriages are outside the kin group, several factors are considered, including matching of horoscopes of the girl and the boy. The economics of marriage also varies from region to region and among tribes and caste. Among some tribes, the bride's parents are compensated for the loss of the girl with the payment of bride price. This may be in cash or in kind or both in cash and kind. In Chotnagpur, the Uranon take a gift of clothes for the bride and her relatives, whereas the Ho and Munda offer an agreed number of cattle. Among many South Indian caste, a ritual gift of rupees 5 rupees 5.25 is paid as bride price. In some groups, it was customary to offer gifts both to the bride and the bridegroom. A bride traditionally was gifted with jewels, utensils, and many other utilities. Then mm, these women would continue to get gifts at various life cycle ceremonies for their children from their parents. The obligations are inherited by her male siblings on the death of her parents. Many farm communities in South India, which were free from dowry, have adopted this form of traditional trading communities. Then, uh, after independence, dowry has assumed gigantic proportions. It is now demanded and bargained over, and is not given voluntarily. Uh, this tragic development is led by the new rich government servants and professionals who happen to be the elite section of the society whose lifestyles becomes models to other groups. So, Hindu orthodoxy doesn't approve divorce. So, however, the customary law of several jatis does recognize divorce. Those permitting it are mostly non-twice born jatis. Major regional dominant castes do not approve of it. Some of them have imposed restrictions only in the recent past. Divorce, when permitted, may be obtained by mutual consent and often with the pronouncement by the Jati or village panchayat. Unilateral divorce is allowed in some regions and communities. In Manipur, a, a Khanaiba man can divorce his wife at will without having to assign any reason. Abandonment or desertion of his wife by the husband results in divorce among the Rajput Gujaratis of Khandadis. Divorce by deeds may be obtained generally through the intervention of traditional panchayats. In all parts of India, separation too has not been uncommon when the spouses reach a stage of serious incompatibility. The wife would go back to her parental home and refuse to join her husband. Separation in southern states is often facilitated by very short marriage distance. The demand from wife to leave the joint household and set up an independent one used to be major cause of separation in the past. The customary law of most communities doesn't allow remarriage of widows and divorced women. A Hindu male would have full ceremonial marriages as many times. A Hindu male could have full ceremonial marriages as many times as he liked. The woman could be so married only once. Marriage is sacred for Hindus, but in effect this bond is applicable more in case of women. Inheritance and succession among Hindus are governed by three different sets of laws. The the Mitakshara law is the most widely prevalent one. A male child acquires at birth rights in the ancestral property of the joint family. According to the Dayavak law practiced in the eastern part, the inherent rights of the male child is ancestral property is absent. Under both, the position of women is one of dependence or limited to a life interest without full ownership. The the Marumakattayam law applicable to matrilineal communities in the south prescribed inheritance and succession in the female line with shares to both daughters and sons. Many tribal continue to practice of this customary law. The Hindu Succession Act 1956 incorporated the right of women to inherit equally with men as absolute owners. Tamil Nadu and Andhra Pradesh have, during the last decade, brought about bills giving absolute equality in inheritance. Though the judicial process is expensive and time consuming, there is a growing tendency to seek legal remedies when legal inheritance is denied. Then, kinship. Kinship is also a rural social institution. So, traditional societies are kin based, while friendships assume significance in modern societies, essentially due to spatial dispersal of kin members. Kinship denotes the recognition of relatives either through a blood relationship or through marriage. The blood relationships are known in sociology as consanguine, while marriage relationships are called affiance. On the whole, relatives have a special status. So, elaborate rules provide appropriate standards of behavior towards them, which cover protection, affection, care and concern, familiarity and avoidance, respect and obedience. Kinship has important political, economic, and social roles. In traditional village communities, kinship still retains its centrality. Kinship ties have an important supportive or corrective role. So, dear students, we will take a 2 minutes break. After that, we will continue. Okay, dear students. Now we'll discuss gender relations in rural context. Mm. So there is ambiguity on the nature of women and their status in the Indian cultural milieu. Some sacred texts give them an exalted status as mother goddesses and are revered and worshipped. On the other hand, she is believed to be fragile and fickle, sensuous, impure, and thoughtless in action because of her inconsistent character. She has to be kept under control. Of those two contradictory images, the negative profile has been absorbed into stereotypes. Being allegedly the inferior sex, women are supposed to be deprived of some privileges and rights and men enjoy. The ideology of subordination invaded the world view and ethos of Indian society. Their sexuality is controlled more strictly since their defilements brings disgrace both to the family in which they are born and the one into which they are married. The norm of getting girls, mm, the norm of getting, sorry, uh, yeah, the ideology of subordination. So of the two contradictory images, the negative profile has been absorbed into stereotypes. Being allegedly the inferior sex, women are supposed to deprive of some privileges and rights that men enjoy. This ideology of subordination, this ideology of subordination invaded the worldview and ethos of Indian society. Their sexuality is controlled more strictly since their defilements brings disgrace to the family in which they are born and the one into which they are married. The norm of getting girls married before the onset of puberty is intended to preserve their purity. Though there are constraints on women's movements, women at the lower strata have to take up work to meet their family expenses. Women in small and marginal holdings work as unpaid family labor. Task segregation on gender basis is confined to a few activities on land or in family craft. It is also believed that women's resources need regulation and control. In practice, both farm and non-farm women have had some independent earning served a part and spent for the family. Studies by Mencher show that women are less but contribute more for family maintenance in paddy going areas of Tamil Nadu. Uh, uh, the property brought by women at the upper and middle strata are often used to support family projects and the late to tide the family crisis. In the patriarchal system, authority within the family is vested in the male's hand. Women's presence in the decision making process is not conspicuously visible, though they have their own domains of household management and child care. Otherwise, the pull strings from behind. There are female headed households, but when children grow up, the eldest members take over the leadership of the household. On the whole, we could say women have more freedom to the extent the family and the caste are governed by the little traditions, but the participation in community affairs is distinctly marginal. Then we talk about the different political institutions, the polity of the village or rural society, we could say. Early traditions of anthropology, yeah, early early traditions of anthropology and sociology has assumed that simple societies did not have a system of law or political component of social organization. Consequently, inadequate attention was paid to this aspect of rural life. So, what happened? The attention they received during the freedom struggle has forced social scientists to have a second look at the political institutions of the village even during the distant past. The political management of the rural society is viewed from three perspectives. In this, here we'll discuss the government machinery, the political parties, and the political behavior, which has been very dynamic in rural society. In contrast to political inertness attributed to rural people, The agrarian masses have participated in the political upheavals and movements in a number of countries. The routine political behavior might have been quite invisible due to the internal management of most affairs without state interference. Due to non interference and constrained by the lack of transport and communication, the pressure were regional rather than the national, and the scale of mobilization of people action are far smaller. In the 19th century, large scale of peasantry joined the revolt against the British. The arrival of Gandhi on the Indian political horizon brought about a transformation that was unprecedented. There was a growing involvement of the rural people in a series of political movements like non-cooperation movement of 1919, civil disobedience movement, that is 1930 to 34, then and quit India movement. Since then, peasant organizations launched a number of struggles which also manifested communal conflicts. Farmers have their platform right up to the national level. No political party today has the courage to exclude the rural sector from its political game. Millions of peasants were active players in the Russian and French revolutions. Chinese followed. A large section of Indonesian and Burmese peasantry took part in political struggles, leading to a national independence. Then, critical social forces, for instance, movement against the Nazis came from the peasant masses in France, Yugoslavia, Poland, and Hungary. The Third World is witnessing considerable political awakening reflected in peasant political parties and their participation in government. Indian scenario: adult suffrage and political democracy have been have given a fill up to the transformation of rural India. The process of development has brought the rural elite in close in contact with the urban elite. The rising aspirations have made rural exodus a common feature, and the migrants act as bridge. Thus, he culminated in the integration of the rural community in the mainstream. The regular government machinery functioning in the rural areas and personal qualities for implementing the personal implementing various development programs in the field of agriculture, health, and industry provide a stable link with the outside world. This is a departure from the traditional pattern of village administration carried on by the village panchayat that is described. We have described that one. The village panchayat settled disputes and asked for the sanitation and other common concerns. This autonomy has gradually eroded since the advent of the British rule. Revenue, judicial, and political functionaries. Revenue, judicial, and police functionaries posted by the state from outside supplanted the traditional panchayat. Regular and development administration was passed on to the machinery created for the purpose. Even local development had to be granted and executed by the formal agencies. Independent India retained the British pattern of administration. In spite of community development projects and national extension services, and that, yeah, mm, development projects, that is, in spite of community development projects and national extension services as instrument of changes, the machinery failed to project the local needs and aspiration. To make the system responsive to and representative of the people, the Panchayati Raj institutions that have been set up. However, before new system of governance developed, roots it was marginalized in many states by dissolving the constant elected bodies. That is, the recent legislative measures give them a statutory status. Then, after that, The new statutory panchayat is sought to be made more representative in composition by preserving uh, uh, the new statutory panchayat is sought to be made more representative in composition by reserving positions for the weaker section. The thrust is on development rules rather than judicial for overall development. Specific schemes have been in operation for the benefit of the villagers and other weaker sections, including pre-social vulnerability to high mortality. Then the political parties are a vital conduit to carry the message of social reformation and the right to live a decent life. These parties represent different constituencies like the downtrodden, backward communities, tenants, and so forth. The aspirations of these social groups are systematically raised in an attempt to mobilize and consolidate these constituencies and to retain them. The political masses have contributed to the political changes by voting for parties and governments exercising the demographic importance, exercising the power of the ballot, the power of the silent masses. That is, in view of the demographic importance, 3 out of 4 villages in India, the rural area has become the major political arena. Another major development is the growing linkage between the caste and polity, that is, the politicization of caste. While caste is shedding some of the traditional communal relations are getting secular, new functions are also assumed, utilizing the modern transport and printing technology. Formal caste associations have been formed, conducting annual conference even at the national level. Hospitals, schools, colleges, and marriage halls are promoted by these bodies. Then, mm, uh, uh, yeah, there are journals voting along caste line is getting increasingly pronounced. Mobilization of the whole caste to achieve political ends has led to fusion of two or more subcastes traditionally enjoying comparable status. Through such horizontal mobilization, the caste elites seek to get greater access to political power on the one hand and enhance economic opportunities for castemen utilizing political power on the other hand. A significant transformation in consequence is the shift of power from the ritually twice-born caste to numerically larger farming communities. Evidence to this effect have been compiled from various regions of the community country. The rise of regional dominant caste on the political horizon is in the index of this process. In some regions, the transition in the power structure has been relatively peaceful, while in other areas, frequent communal conflict often broadly reflects the intense power struggle between the power struggle along with class struggle. So notable changes in the political behavior, particularly voting behavior, are witnessed. Some decade back, the some decades back, the cultivating tenants in the zamindari tracts wanted to wanted better for terms. Subsequently, they demanded the abolition of landlords and transfer of land to the cultivators. A growing alignment of these segments with political parties and the increasing acceptance of class ideology challenge the traditional order. Asian movements have succeeded in generating class consciousness. They hold conferences, positions, and demonstrations. Political parties have farmers, villages, and enter these alignments with farmers' organization to mobilize voters. Finally, the rural people have demonstrated that they vote on their free will. A tenant, an artisan, and a landless agricultural worker would have voted in accordance with directions of the landowner in most villages, even in the 60s of the present century. Many power also played a key role in influencing the voting pattern. A remote village may not be able to able to articulate the parameters of his political judgment, to articulate the parameters of political judgment. But he, but he votes in support of a political party at the national level, supports another at the state level, and votes in favor of a candidate based on personal merits at the village and block levels. He uses his discretion, keeping the system vibrant. The for, so this discussion brings out the fact that rural polity has been dynamic and anchored on its own priorities. Further, it reflects the changing ideology as well as alignments in the social drama that is unfolding at present. Tell me. So, so today we have discussed in a very nutshell the different kinds of rural social institutions, the family, the marriage, then the kinship, then the political systems of the village. So these are all the different social institutions. So now it will be 11 o'clock. So uh, so now we conclude our class here. Today we conclude our class here. We will continue this discussion. We'll continue this discussion in our next class. So for today we conclude our class here. So we'll continue this discussion in our next class. So thank you, dear students. So thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Now, good morning, dear students. Hello,
Good morning, sir.
am I audible?
Yes, sir, audible.
Okay, okay. Just a minute. Okay. Today we'll be going to discuss about our Indian society paper, that unit 5, 4, 5 maybe. Just a minute, I'm telling you which unit we want to cover this today. Okay, so today we're going to be discuss about that we have discussed rural social structure last class. So today we will discuss about rural governance in India, its emergence of a Panchayat Raj 7th Amendment, constitutional amendment, structure and functions of rural local governance. All those we will be discussing today. So one sec. Rural governance in India, as well as emergence of Panchayat Raj, 7th Constitutional Amendment, structure and functions of rural local governance, all those. So we'll start first rural governance in India. So what is rural governance? You know, the panchayats have the responsibility of governing rural areas and ensuring the welfare of rural communities. So there have been increased resources developed to the panchayats in recent decades. So traditionally, AKRSP that has promoted large number of community-based organizations in villages. Okay. We'll discussing the rural local government or governance in India. I will be discussing very briefly, and I will qualitatively or qualitative way I wanted to talk you here. So there is a kind of three levels of the Indian government. If you are discussing the rural local self-government, so that is you can find out uh, three levels of Indian government. Am I audible, dear students? Hello. First is central government. Second is state government. Third one is local self-government. Okay. So all these three level of local self-governance or governance in India, rural local governance in India. Very briefly, I will be discussing central government of India first. The central government of India is otherwise known as union government. That capital is also situated in New Delhi. That union government or central government of India located in New Delhi. And if you see the functions, it deals with matters of national importance. What should be the national importance? maybe nationally defense, national finance, foreign exchange, railways, postal service. All these are national level or national importance functions that was uh, dealing by the central government of India. That is also another name is Union Government, that is situated in the New Delhi, that is the headquarter. This is the brief one. Then we will go for the state government of India. Very briefly, I am telling you. You just remember the state government of India is also division of India, that is states. Or different states have certain different governments in their own uh, way or one own separately. So each state have or has own state government. So function of each state government, what should be the function of each state government? Maybe you can law and order, local transport, maybe health service, community development programs. So all these functions that done by uh, state government. And last level, that is called local self government. Are you getting me, guys? Yes or no?
Yes, sir. Clear.
Okay, then three level of local maybe governance. So the last level is local self government. First is central government, second is state government, third one is local self government. That was the bottom of the administrative pyramid. That was the bottom of the this was the bottom of the administrative pyramid. So if you see the functions, it may be function in the grassroots level, and it formed by the people of certain locality, and the local people elect own representatives in local government of an area. If you see the function, the local problems, basic needs of local people, all these are the functions of the local self government. Local problem or the see or maybe given provide a solution of local problems and also solve the basic needs of local people. So if you see the local self government, it also divided into two groups or two types. Local self-government is also separated into two groups. First one is local, second one is urban. First is local, second is urban. So rural local self-government that may be done by in three level. It was grouped into through three categories or three categories. First, rural local self-government. First is panchayat level, that is village level, you can say. Second is block samiti or block level. Third one is Jilla Parishad, that is district level. You remember that rural local self government is also under three categories, under three groups: panchayats, block samitis, Jilla Parishad. Panchayat is also coming under the village level. Block Samiti is also coming under the block level, and Jilla Parishad is also coming under the district level. District, block, and village. All these three level coming under the rural local self government. If you see the governance in India, rural governance in India, it was categorized into three broad, and under this last rural local self government, that is also coming under three categories: panchayat, block, and Jilla Parishad or district, you can say. And it was the rural. And what should be the urban local self government? Urban local self government is also categorized into four. First is municipal corporations. You remember municipal corporations, then municipalities, then cantonment boards, then port trust. Four. that urban local self-government divided into four groups or four categories. First is municipal corporations, municipalities, cantonment boards, and port trust. Port trust. All four coming under the urban local self government. So, at very beginning, I have told you, I will be telling you here very briefly and very pinpointly. You just remember all those. If it is possible, you can write down also. So, rural local self government, uh, maybe you can say rural local self government, the functions under the Panchayat Raj systems, and Panchayat Raj system is also three-tiered systems. You know, Jilla Parishad, district level, block Samiti, block level, Panchayat, that will be all of village levels. I have already told you. Then Panchayat, that is ancient tradition in villages. Maybe Panchayat, you can say group of five people or elders or maybe Panchayats or panchayats, that is panchayat. So that deal with the local problems, solve dispute among villagers, decision binding upon all the people. Maybe another functions. It functioned well till the Mughal period, and British sent their own officials to look after rural problems. Not much effect during the British rule. It received by the democratic governance after independence, and main purpose of it involves villagers in managing their own affairs. All those. So panchayati system three parts. Panchayat system three parts. That is panchayat is also gram sabha, gram panchayat, न्याय panchayat. All these three. Maybe Gram Sabha or village assembly, you can say. Gram Sabha is otherwise known as village assembly. That villages population of 500 or more. Okay, that coming under the Gram Sabha. Then members, if we talking about members, all adult members of the village, they are coming, they are participating in Gram Sabha. And they are meeting twice a year. Maybe that Gram Singer meeting happens twice a year. So discuss important matters and problems. It also discusses important matters, maybe some problems like in village development and like some lack of uh, maybe water facilities, lack of electric facilities, maybe that sanitary facilities, maybe defecation facilities, and all those village problems we discuss in Gram Sabha. And regarding the villages, it elected representatives of this assembly from the Gram Panchayat, okay, from the Gram Panchayat. So Gram Sabha, it has happened in twice a year. Maybe Gram Panchayat, if you are talking about, it elected senior members of Gram Sabha from the Gram Panchayat. Elected senior members of Gram Sabha from the Gram Panchayat. Seats reserved for scheduled caste and scheduled women. All these happen, and Naya Panchayat, that is formed in some villages, elected by the Gram Panchayat, maybe settles disputes in a cheap and speedy way, solves petty civil and criminal cases, allowed to impose small fines, cannot send people to jail, and villagers are allowed to approach the district or high court if both the parties are not satisfied of the panchayat's decisions. Okay, so what should be the feature of panchayat? First is head member is there. Who is head of panchayat? Pradhan or Sarpanch is the head of panchayat. That Pradhan or Sarpanch elected by the Gram Sabha. They are assisted by the Vice Sarpanch or of Pradhan or 3 to 5 years term period. And Sarpanch announces meeting and organizes them and signs important document and coordinates events. So it's the main feature of panchayat. Panchayat compulsory functions. Some panchayat compulsory functions are there. What are the compulsory functions of panchayat? First one, maintenance of roads, water sources. This is the compulsory functions. Second is health facilities. Third is drinking water facilities. Fourth is cleanliness. All are compulsory functions. Maybe so many other functions are compulsory functions are also there. Like check spread of diseases, vaccination, inoculations, and maybe you can say constructions of a building, burial grounds. There may be primary educations, that is also functioning of primary educations or running of primary educations or buildings for primary educations, all those. And next is record of birth and death, that is compulsory functions of panchayat. Record of birth and death. And next is improvement and development of farmers. All these are important functions of the panchayat Raj. And next is looking after weaker sections. Looking after weaker section is the another compulsory functions by panchayat. Okay, so these are the compulsory functions. I am readouting again. You remember what should be the maintenance of a road and water sources, health facilities, drinking water, cleanliness, check spread of diseases, vaccination and inculcations, constructions, buildings, burial grounds, primary education, record of birth and death of people in the panchayats, improvement and development of farmers, looking after weaker sections. All these are compulsory functions of panchayats. So few some of optional functions also are there of panchayats. What are the optional functions? Construction of a playground, rest houses. Construction of a playground and rest houses is the optional functions. And second is installation of a television, radio set in community center. That is optional. Organization of educational programs. Organization of educational program is the optional functions of the panchayat. Next is cattle fairs or village market. Village market and cattle fair is the another optional function of panchayat. Next is sources of income panchayat. Sources of income of panchayat. What should be the sources? You know, house tax, air tax, sub tax. First, house tax, fair tax, and sub tax. Then fees for recording sale of land and cattle. Then admission fees for services of Naya Panchayat. Next, fines on criminal offences. These are the income. Fines on criminal offences. Next is import and export tax. Next is grants from Jilla Parishad and district boards. All these are income or source of income of the panchayat. You know, all those importance gram panchayats are, what should be the importance? Why gram panchayat is very much important here? So what should be the important role to be significance in the present scenario? So we must need to know that so gram panchayat is very much significant in present days. First point I am telling you, helping in daily problems. Gram Panchayat helps in daily problems. What should be the problems will be there are happening in the village panchayat or village people, so that uh, Gram Panchayat help to solve these kind of daily problems. Maybe daily problems will give an example happening like daily problem like lack of communication, maybe you can say lack of electricity, maybe lack of roadways, water problems. Maybe Delhi people are going to far distance from the village for getting water. It's a kind of daily problems. Maybe a regular basic need is also not getting uh, in time. So that maybe health facility is not facilitated. The village is also lack of health facilities. So people are always or maybe daily going to far distance from their villages. So all these are the daily problems. So that all those problems are also solving by the uh, Gram Panchayat. So that's why it has a importance. And second, administrative problem. What should be the administrative problem? Maybe that land record, maybe litigation about land conflict, or maybe any kind of um, judicial problem happening in the villages. So that's why all these are administrative problem panchayats are going to solving. So that's why uh, problem. Second is social problem. Social problem. What is social problem? Social problem is maybe in the village some discrimination is there. There will be no reciprocity, commensality. So hierarchy is there. Exploitation is there. Hmm. There will be no cooperations by neighbors. Maybe famous occasions. That time Gram Panchayat came to the front and also solved this kind of problems. Maybe conflict among the brothers. So this is the social problem happening in the Gram Panchayat, or Gram Panchayat has certain role to solve all those kind of social and economic and judicial functions. It provides all these kind of functions to the village peoples. So that's why that village people will operate or maintain order in the society. So that's why Gram Panchayat is very much important here. And it was started by 1952. Uh, that community development program. Community development is most necessary. Otherwise, that there is no importance of village gram panchayat. Community development means what type of a old or ancient or maybe type of pattern of agriculture pattern, maybe different selling market situations was there. So it should be developed. People are getting new farming, selling their crops, and communicating some different peoples and vehicles. Also nowadays it was carried by bullock cart, but now some modern technology came into exist in uh, village level, and that kind of development should be also helping by the gram panchayat. How that community will develop, a group of people, a group of community or community people, they will develop their own way, getting new kind of technology and skill training, all those. So that is the so that's why it is important. Another is training for future leaders. That is also there. What should be future leaders is that the training is necessary or must. So that Gram Panchayat will provide certain training for future leaders. That way that the community will develop in future, or the sustainability of village will be developed. So that's why training for future leaders is also another important factor of Gram Panchayat. So that's why Gram Panchayat is very much relevant today. So another is mutual help. Just before I told you sometimes before that help or cooperations, exploitations, all those. So that mutual help, cooperations, responsibility, self-sufficiency, how or in which way that self-sufficiency will come. If that community development is not happen, if the training did not provided to the future leader by Gram Panchayat, so maybe that self microfinance should not be operated in the Gram Panchayat level, so that the village may not be improved. So all those activities is done by Gram Panchayat, that it also cooperate or facilitate to help the or mutual help among the peoples, and it maintain cooperations. It teaches to learn how to cooperate, or one should help or cooperate one each other in their difficult situations or problematic situations. And responsibility, it teaches the responsibility to the people, or maybe community leaders. So it also teaches the self-sufficiency. So that's why that Gram Panchayat is very much important in this way. Next, we'll discuss about block samiti or block level. It was already covered on that level. Now I'll discussing about the block samiti. You know, so handles of problems which are too difficult for panchayats to solve. So many handles of problems, so many problems are there. So which are too difficult to solve the uh, panchayat, difficult for panchayat to solve. or pooling resources for a large hospital. Okay, maybe you can say many village panchayats, usually 100 equal to one block. 100 maybe village panchayats is equal to one block or block samiti or panchayat samiti. So, what should be the composition of block samiti? What should be the composition of block samiti? Sarpanch of all village panchayats under it. Maybe block samiti is also cover of all the sarpanch of all village panchayats under it village panchayat. And second, maybe you can say composition of a block committee, town area committee. Town area committee, if any, in the block, chairpersons, that is called a chairpersons, is the head of the town area committee. If any block is town area committee is there, then chairperson is there. Chairperson is the head. And second, maybe third, you can say members of the parliament, MP, and state legislative assembly. You can say Vidhan Sabha, parliament and Vidhan Sabha. Vidhan Sabha means state legislative assembly. That is representing the block. Okay, members of parliament, MP, and MLA, you can say state legislative Vidhan Sabha member. That is representing the block. MP and MLA, member of parliament, member of legislative assembly, or you can say member of state legislative assembly, that is Vidhan Sabha, Sansada you can say. So representing the block. And another thing, members of SC, ST backward classes. SC, ST and backward classes also coming under the composition of Panchayat Samiti, block Samiti, you can say. Not Panchayat Samiti, block Samiti. So there is a reservation, one third of for women is also given to block Samiti, one third. And chairperson, vice chairperson elected by its members. The block Samiti members elected. Who are the elected members? Chairpersons, vice chairpersons elected by its members. Those members are coming under the block Samiti. They are elected to the chairperson and vice chairperson. So that's why chairperson and vice chairperson elected by its member. And block development officer is there, BDO, block development officer, BDO is there, so that is carrying out its plan. BDO is carrying out the plans. Here, block Samiti functions. What should be the block Samiti functions? You know that supervises the working of the village panchayats. Under it, maybe supervises the working of the village panchayats under it. Okay. Those village panchayats who are the block Samiti, under the block Samiti, it is supervises. And it arranges the government funds for its development. And a community development program, next is community development programs. Maybe that community development programs, in which way community development programs happens? On the basis of finance assistance, on the basis of irrigation, seeds, fertilizers, education, health facilities, drinking water, sanitation, financial assistance. All those aspects are covering by community development programs. If community development is a program, So all these kind of aspects should have maintained, should have developed. Means financial assistance they will provide for the development, community development, and irrigation facility they will provide if it is not there. And seeds also, new seeds and fertilizer provided to the farmers for doing agricultures for the better crops, yielding better crops, and provide better educations to the students or children of the community people. And health facilities also must. Drinking water facilities should be take upon, and sanitation work should have done by the community development programs, and financial assistance also done by the community development programs under the development programs. So that's why. So these are the functions of block samiti of block samiti. So now last is Jilla Parishad. You know, Jilla Parishad is the district board or district level. Jilla Parishad is the district level head of the Panchayat Raj system. Head of the Panchayat Raj system. Jilla Parishad is the okay. So Jilla Parishad compositions. How that Jilla Parishad uh, may be established? Or maybe composition of Jilla Parishad or formation of Jilla Parishad. First one, chairperson of the block summit. Chairperson of the block committee is the head of Jilla Parishad, and members of the state legislative, maybe Vidhan Sabha and Vidhan Parishad, members of parliament, MPs, district collector coming under the Jilla Parishad, district judge, district police officers, reservation of ST backward classes, one third for women. All these are a composition of Jilla Parishad, or to whom they are coming under the Jilla Parishad. First is chairperson of block committee, members of the state legislative, Vidhan Sabha and Vidhan Parishad, members of the MPs, district collector, district judge, district police officer, reservation of SC, STs, backward class, one third of the women. All these are, you just remember very carefully, because it is very much important for you to know that the composition of Jilla Parishad, who are the, it means who are the members or members of Jilla Parishad. You must know chairperson of the block committee, members of the state legislative, Vidhan Sabha, Vidhan Parishad, MPs, district collector, district judge, district police officers, reservation of STs, backward classes, one third of the women. Then what should be the Jilla Parishad functions? Are you getting me? Hello students? Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Hello? Okay, so I'm telling you about Jilla Parishad functions now. So what are the functions of Jilla Parishad? First one, supervise block committees, panchayats. Supervise block committees and panchayat, advise the state government on working on panchayat raj system. It is advise the state government on working of panchayat raj system. First, it service the block committee panchayat. It provide advises the state government on working on panchayat raj systems. Then supervises working of community development projects of block committees and 5-year plan projects. Next is monitors agricultural productions, undertakes irrigation projects, and next is builds maintenance maintains, inspects primary, secondary schools, hospitals, dispensaries, primary health centers. Next, establishes the and maintenance the cooperative promotion of industries and arts. Next, link between Panchayat Samiti and state government. These are the functions of Jilla Parishad. So, what should be the sources of income? Block Samiti, Jilla Parishad. Where do they get the money, or maybe you can say funding? Or what should be the source of income of Block Samiti and Jilla Parishad? First one, grants and aids from state government, central government. Okay, grants and aids from state government and central government. Land tax, house tax, water tax, electricity tax, tax on fares and cattle. All are the sources of income. Again, I repeating it. First one, grants and aids from state government and central government. Second is land tax, horse tax, water tax, electricity tax, tax on fares and cattle. All these tasks are the sources of income of block samiti. What we find? We find democratic awareness, take part in governing country, cooperation, and different levels. All these are the found the conclusions. Whatever I have told you, I just briefly telling you. You just remember quickly. I am repeating it, very beginning to end. Which will be. See, I have told you rural governance in India. Okay, rural governance India. How is it ruled? Or it ruled through three levels of the Indian government. I have told you. Central government, state government, local self-government. Central government of India, another name is Union government. Location, it is capital New Delhi. And functions, it deals with matters of national importance. Defense, national finance, foreign exchange, railways, and postal service. It is the functions of national government or union government. Second is state government of India. State government, it also divided into so many states, or each state's own state government. Function, if you are talking about, each state government functions are law and order, local transport, health service, community development programs. And local self-government, that is the bottom of administrative pyramid, functions at the grassroots level, formed by the people of the certain locality, local people elected own representative locals, and government area functions local problem, basic needs of the local people. And local self-government, that is also coming under the two groups, rural and urban. If you see the rural is also coming under three category, Panchayat, Block Samiti, Jilla Parishad. Urban self-government, that also coming under the four category, municipal corporations, municipalities, cantonment boards, and port trust. Rural self-government, also we can say functions under the Panchayat Raj system. Panchayat Raj system is also three-tiered systems. Three-tiered system is Jilla Parishad, Block Samiti, Village Panchayat. A Panchayat maybe that it also covers the ancient traditional in village. Panchayat group in 5 panchayats, deal with local problems, solve disputes. Many villagers, decision binding upon all people, functioned well till the Mughal period. British sent their own officials to look after the rural problems, not much effective during the British rule. It is received by the democratic government after independence. Main purpose is involve villagers in managing their own affairs. Then Panchayat Raj system, it is also three part. Panchayat system is Gram Sabha, Gram Panchayat, Naya Panchayat. Gram Sabha is also a village that is population of 500 or more members. If you see the all adult members of the village, meeting happen in twice a year, discussion happen on important matter and problems regarding the villagers, and elected representative of this assembly form the Gram Panchayat. And Gram Panchayat also elected senior members of Gram Sabha form the Gram Panchayat. Seats reserved for the scheduled caste or scheduled tribes. One third of the seats reserved for women. You remember Naya Panchayat is also from the some villagers elected as the Gram Panchayat, settle dispute in the cheap and speedy way, solve petty civil or criminal cases, allowed to impose small fines, cannot send people to jail. Panchayat features head is the Panchayat or Pradhan or Sarpanch elected by the Gram Sabha that assisted by the Vice Sarpanch or of Pradhan 3 to 5 years term period. Sarpanch announces meeting and organize them, sign important documents and coordinates events. Panchayat compulsory functions, maintenance of a road and water sources, health facility, drinking facility, cleanliness, check spread of diseases, vaccination and influenza, construction of a building and burial grounds, primary education, record of birth and death, improvement, development of farmers, looking after the weaker sections. Panchayat optional worker, construction of a playground and rest house, and installation of a television radio set in community centers, organization of educational programs, cattle fairs and village markets. So then sources of income may be house tax, fair tax and sub tax, fees for recording sale of land and cattle, administration fees for service of Naya Panchayat, fines and criminal officers, importance and export tax, grant from Jilla Parishad and district court. So importance of Gram Panchayat helping daily problem, administrative, social, economic and judicial concerns. Community development, training for the future leaders, mutual help, cooperation, responsibility and self-sufficiency. Block Samiti handles problems which are too difficult for the Panchayat solve, pooling resources for the large hospitals. And many village Panchayat usually 100 equal to one block Samiti. Composition of block Samiti, Sarpanch of all village Panchayat under the town area committee, if any, that block chairpersons, members of the parliament, state legislative assembly, Vidhan Sabha, representative of the block, members of SC, ST backward classes, one third of the reservation of women, chairperson, vice chairperson elected by its members, block development officer carrying out these plans. Block Samiti functions, it supervises working of village panchayat under the arrangement of a government funds, its development, community development program, financial assistance, all those. Jilla Parishad, district board, that is district level head of the panchayat system. Jilla Parishad composition, chairperson of the block committee, members of the state legislative Vidhan Sabha, Vidhan Sabha, members of the parliament, each district collector, district judge, district police officers, reservation of ST, backward caste, one third of the women. Jilla Parishad functions, services block committee, panchayats, advises the state government and working on panchayat raj system, supervises working of cantonment, all those. So, so many things have happened. So, with this, I completed today's class and also your fifth unit itself. Okay. Thank you all for patiently, uh, attentively listening. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, students.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Yeah, okay. So, is there any doubt about the previous classes? Okay, okay. So, if there is no doubt, then I will be proceed with the another concept. It is not called as the concept after completing all the theoretical approaches of the social problems. Am I audible to everyone properly? Hello, am I audible to everyone properly? Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am, audible.
கல்ச்சரல்
Okay.
இதுக்கப்புறம்
Uh,
கல்ச்சரல் ரிலேட்டிவ் அவ்வளோதான். கல்ச்சரல் ஆக்ட்னா இதுதான் உங்க கொஸ்டின். ஏதாவது ஒரு 2 பாயிண்ட் மெயினான பாயிண்ட் எடுத்துக்கோ, டயக்ராம் மெயினாக பார்த்துக்கோ. ஓகே.
please mute yourself. If there is no doubt, then please mute yourself. Okay. So after completing all the theoretical approaches to social problem in India, I hope uh, theoretical approaches were cleared to you people, are clear to you people. So coming to when I was talking about in the previous class itself, I was saying that in the next class I will be continue with the concept of social disorganization or the social problems, how it causes the disorganization in the society. When we are talking about the disorganization basically refers to the breakdown of an organization. If we will be saying from a layman point of view, or if we will be saying from a basic meaning point of view, the disorganization basically we refer as that a breakdown of the organization in the society. So there are several organizations are there. When we're talking about the organization, it doesn't only refers to the organizations like working organizations or something. There are several institutions are there. For an example, we can say there are family as an institution, marriage as an institutions are there. So all these institutions mix a form or mix an organization in our society, together mix an organization in our society. So when these organization break, when there will we notice the breakdown of the organizations, then the disorganization, the concept of disorganization happens. So the social problem from the theoretical approaches itself, when I was talking about the social disorganization approach, and there are several approaches like anomy approach or their personal deviance approach, deviation approaches there, cultural lag approach is there. So all these approach we notice that how these approaches is giving us a perspective to notice from a sociological lens that all these breakdowns or all these problems, social problems, all these problems which is actually happened from an individual part, that becomes a social problem in itself. So when the social problem happens, then the social disorganization also happens. So it's a kind of result, or we can say it's a kind of social disorganization or any kind of disorganization. There are basically two three kinds of disorganization we will be noticing, that is the social disorganization, then the personal disorganization we can say, and the community disorganization we can say. So all and the family disorganization also. So all these disorganizations are the consequences, or the, you can say, the results of the social problems. So it's a kind of social problem leads to social disorganization, and also social disorganization again leads to social problems. It's a kind of vice versa in nature. So basically, when we're talking about the social disorganization, it basically implies on some breakdown in the social organization, which may be more or less according to the forces of social change operating at a particular time. The simple meaning is that the social organization, whenever the social disorganization happens or the breakdown of an social organization happen because of more or less forces of change, social change that is happening in a particular time. You can take it as an example. When I was talking about the cultural lag theory, when one second, yeah, let me remove my charger. Okay, when I was talking about the cultural lag theory, I was saying that the cultural lag is a meaning of meaning of the cultural lag is when the material culture is developed and the non-material culture is not developed, or it stays, or it is developing in a very lower pace. So this material culture is very much is developing in a very higher rate because of the social change kind of things, because various AI tools were introduced, various technologies were introduced in the society, and because of that all these several and innumerous changes in the society, our thinking power or our mind cannot accept that sudden change of the material culture. So that is the thing, that is why the breakdown happened. So when so as I'm talking about the material culture and non-material culture, for the basic point of view or for the entrance point of view, I just want to tell you that this this distinguishing between the material culture and non-material culture is given by Ogburn, and also the theory or the concept of cultural lag is also given by Ogburn. Okay. uh, the Ogburn is a thinker who gave the cultural lag theory. So when we're talking about, so these all these cultural lag approach, all these social disorganization happens because maybe because of the more or less forces of social change that happened in a particular point of time. Okay, so coming to the definitions, when we're looking upon some of the definitions of it, the social disorganization, in the words of Eliot and Merrill, these are two different thinkers, Eliot and Merrill. Social disorganization represents a breakdown in the equilibrium of forces, decay in the social structure, so that old habits and forms of social control no longer function effectively. Eliot and Merrill says that social disorganization represents a breakdown in the equilibrium of forces, or you can say the equilibrium of the society. Equilibrium, whenever the equilibrium maintains in the society, we can say that the society is in a better pace, or it is not disorganized. When the disequilibrium happened, or the breakdown in the equilibrium forces happened, then the social organization, we said that the disorganization of the society is started from that point of time. And the decay in the social structure, see, society is a component of various numbers of organizations and various numbers of institutions. So in one part, when we are noticing in disequilibrium in one part, that means it is also influencing some other part of the society to become disequilibrium, to start the disequilibrium between the society. So it also leads to the decay in the social structure, so that old habits and forms of social control no longer function effectively. As we can say, if I can take an example to refer to that, this so that old habits and forms of social control no longer function effectively. If I can take an example, as we are noticing, our society is very much into now, is very much into AI generating society. So our basic societal control, or you can say our basic social control that we are having now in our society is, for an example, some police control or rules and regulations, some legal laws and regulations are there. But these AI generating societies are very much into the now. It is very much into the internet internet insecurity, that our biodatas, our datas will be corrupted by anyone. Anyone can have that view on our personal data or something like that. So all these kind of things, all these kind of problems are arousing, all these kind of problems are arising now in an AI generating society. So now the previous forms of social control, which is physical in nature, that the police control, laws, rules and regulation, will might face some kind of difficulties to regulate all these kind of internet kind of problems. So here the decay in the forms of social control, the decay in the functions of the social control happens. So it's basically Eliot and Merrill says that social disorganization represents a breakdown in the equilibrium of forces, decay the social structure, so that the old habits, and forms of social control no longer function effectively. So this is a definition of social disorganization. Coming to the what are the causes of social disorganization, the first point of causes of social disorganization. The first point of the causes of social disorganization is, we might have noticed that the psychological factors includes the social processes like imitation, conflict, competition, accommodation and all these things. I hope you all know that what are the meanings of conflict, competition, accommodation from the sociological point of view. If you don't know, I will be just saying it as a in a brief manner. So conflict, basically whatever the conflict, like for an example, a social unrest is happening or something like that. Competition, that we always notice in our day to day life, that competition is always there. Like for an example, you can say you people have your own competition of getting the first class in the first position in the class or something like that. So accommodation basically means the adjustment, that a person have to adjust herself or himself with the situational environment. Okay, so basically these are the psychological factors that includes the social processes like imitations, conflict, competition and accommodation. So basically these social processes, in a particular time, these social processes are also become a factor of the social disorganization, because we all know that competition is, in today's society the competition is very high. Through the technological perspective we can say, through the educational perspective we can say, the competition is very high. So that is the reason why half of the population is unemployed right now. Okay, and the resources are not there. So for the resources also there is a conflict between the rich class people and the poor class people. As we can say, the rich class people are becoming richer and uh, they're just using the resources for their own benefit or something like that, and the poor class becomes do not get the proper amount of resources, so the conflict is also arising. And the accommodation, the adjustment, every person have to feel the problem of becoming adjusted into a particular situation. So in these three processes, these three social processes, also the social disorganization happens. So social disorganization, as we are noticing that the psychological factors, and psychology is always based on a one particular individual. As I have told in the personal deviation approach, that personal deviation leads to personal disorganization, and personal disorganization leads to social disorganization. So in this way the psychological factors, the psychological factors that actually causes some personal disorganization, or we can say some personal problems, that actually leads to the social disorganization. So in a simple way I can say that the conflict, competition, accommodation, all these are some of the factors of the social disorganization, or we can say the factors of the social problems. Then comes to the cultural factors. of the causes of social disorganization. Cultural factors are basically the maladjustment in the existing institutions, cultural cultural lag, cultural conflict. So all these are the cultural factors. So we all know that our society, our Indian society, as we are referring to the social problem in India, in Indian society, culture is a very particular factor. Every is a very particular factor, we can say, which actually arises several number of societal unrest. So maladjustment in the existing institutions, as I have told you earlier, that each institution make an every institutions together form an organization. So whenever you might have studied the Herbert Spencer theory of the organic evolution, when he said that a body and a society have similar factors, or you can say have some kind of similar elements. For an example, according to Herbert Spencer, like if in the body, when every organ is functioning effectively, then one body can function effectively. Likewise, the society, when every institutions and organizations will function effectively, and the maladjustment in any particular institutions happen, then the society becomes disorganized. In this way, whenever one institution, for an example, family as an institution, if family will fail to function their part of role, and education will fail to function their part of role, then it will affect the whole then it will affect the whole societal organization. So that is the thing, maladjustment in the existing in any existing institutions, and the any existing institution will again leads to social disorganization. Then the cultural lag, I have told you the cultural lag, what is the meaning of cultural lag. I will not again repeat about it, the cultural lag. And the cultural conflict, in the conflict value conflict approach, I have told you itself that when two or more groups values contradict between each other, then the conflict happens. When the incompatibility happens, then the conflict happens, and that is again leads to some kind of social problems. In this way, the cultural conflict is also happen when two or more groups peoples have people when two or more group have different type of cultural ethnic cultural background, and when there is an incompatibility happens between two or more different cultural background, then the cultural conflict also happens. So cultural conflict, we can also say that in Indian society, cultural conflict, we are noticing various kind of cultural conflict in our Indian society. So this is the cultural factor that actually leads to the that actually leads to the social disorganization. Then comes to the some of the social problems, like how the social problems also leads to the social disorganization. Social problems, like for an example, we can say unemployment, corruption, or you can say sheer poverty, business reverses, economic independence of the wife also, occupational tensions, ill health, parent child relationships. All these all these are the social problems in itself, which again leads to the social disorganization. So if we can take about the example of unemployment, our in our India, we are noticing the unemployment as the very major cause of the social disorganization in India, because much of the population are unemployed, and they do not have the proper amount of resources to live. So that is the thing, the here the education as an institution, the education as the institutions, and also the family as an institution also fails to function their own role. So here the social disorganization also happens. Likewise, the corruptions, sheer poverty, business reverses, all these are some of the factors, social factors, that leads to the social disorganizations. Then comes to the another part of the disorganization, that is the personal disorganizations. Personal disorganization, so personal disorganization we can say, personal disorganization, as I have told you, in the personal deviation approach, when a person is deviate to conform to any kind of social norms, then the personal deviation happens. So in a way, that personal deviation approach is also itself a cause in the personal deviation, personal disorganization approach. So whatever the causes happen, whatever the problems happen because of because when an individual is not conforming to the societal norms, that again leads to the personal disorganization, that again leads to the personal disorganization. So any various behavior which distributes the integration of the attitude system within the personality represents called personal disorganizations. It means that the individual is out of adjustment with the society, who has failed to organize the chief goals of his life. Basically, personal disorganization happens when an individual is out of adjustment with the society, when an individual cannot accommodate with the society and fail to achieve the societal goals, and fail to achieve his own life goals, then the personal disorganization happens. Basically, personal disorganization, how we can say the personal disorganization happens whenever several causes, might be the psychological factors, we can say the mental illness, we can say some of the biological factors, will say physical illness, injury, mental deficiencies, we can say some of the environmental factors also are also include. For example, a person do not have economic much good economic background, so they have the certain kind of economic distress, confusion and insecurity of status and role, and social crisis, like for an example loss of property, death, and all these things, the death of breadwinner and all these things. So these are some of the factors that actually leads to the personal disorganization, that actually leads to the disorganization of one's individual personality. So that is how person's when a person is not balanced between balanced within himself, then how he as a person of society can perform effectively, and to can contribute effectively to the society. So that is how the personal disorganization happens, and the personal disorganization again disturbed the social equilibrium of the society. So it also disturbs the social equilibrium, because the personal disorganization may leads to several kind of conflicts, may leads to several kind of another unrest in the society. So all these unrest will again leads to the kind of social problems, which again leads to the social disorganization. So this is how the social personal this is how the personal disorganization as a this is how the personal disorganization as an element is related with the social problem, and social problem again leads to the personal disorganization, and it's vice versa. So after completing the personal disorganization, coming to the family disorganization. So family disorganization not only includes only the non harmonious functioning within the family, it includes the tension between husband and wife, between the siblings, between the parents and children, and also the all the members of this also all the members of the family. So family disorganization includes any type of non-harmonious functioning which is happening within the family. So that will lead to family disorganizations. Some of the effects of the family disorganization, we can say that it will lead to the mental illness of the particular persons, of the particular individuals of the family. It will also leads to like incompatibility between the persons of the between the individuals of the family, and lack of privacy can be a cause. And also some of the effects of the family disorganization, if we can stress upon that, the divorce, the criminal activities a person is committing, social evils, the sense of insecurity, attempt of suicide, all these are the effects of family disorganization. So we can say that these effects again leads to the social problems, that divorce is a social problems in India. The divorce rate is getting higher, so it's a kind of social problems. The children of a family are disorganized, or we can say the divorced family, or the any kind of family which are disorganized, the children of those families will have some kind of mental illness. They will commit some kind of criminal activities, that will again leads to the social problems and criminal activities. And one children might have attempt some kind of suicide. So all these are the results or effects of a family disorganization, that again leads to the social problems, and again as a kind of vice versa. So, family disorganization refers to social disorganizations, and because the family as an institution of a society, and when it fails to function their uh, when it fails to function their one particular role, then it also leads to the social disorganization, or it also leads to the disorganization between the society. So after the family disorganization, then we can notice about the community disorganizations. So community disorganization is nothing but some of the causes, that some of the effects we are noticing, that the conflict between the communities, and the poverty, the beggary, the unemployment, the stratification between the classes, overpopulation, lawlessness, normlessness, all these are some of the causes or the factors that actually leads to the community disorganizations. The community disorganizations, we all know that in the society there are some bunch of the communities were also prevailing in the society. So community is a kind of a society is a kind of a umbrella term, and between the society community will become. And we are noticing several communal dispute, we are noticing several community disputes. We can take it as several like religional disputes, religion community disputes, or some of the any kind of language disputes we are noticing, any kind of disputes we are noticing between the several communities, that again leads to the disorganization of the community. And the community as an element of a society, then again it leads to the social disorganizations. And poverty, beggary, unemployment, overpopulation, all these are the factors which leads to the community disorganization. Because of the poverty, because of the poverty there is a stratification happens between the poor class and very poor class, and between the middle class and the rich class people. And all these classes people, there is a conflict happens. If you people have studied about the Karl Marx theory, Karl Marx have given a very kind of revolutionist idea, where the poor class people or the have not class of people will make some kind of revolutionary activities uh, with the rich class people, or we can say the have people according to the Marx terms, which again leads to the communism in the society, when the classless society will become. It is a kind of Marx word. So that is the thing. Poverty again leads to the several conflicts, several tensions in the society. So in this way, the disorganization of community leads to social disorganization and leads to several social problems. Leads to several social problems. So these are some of the disorganizations and the social problems and the social disorganizations. You have to write about some of the disorganizations, what are the types of disorganizations we are noticing in the society, and how it leads to the social problems in our Indian society. So this is your unit 1. So after the unit 1, I will be going to the part of your unit 2, which is referred to as the population explosion. Unit 2, which is referred to the population explosion, causes and effects of the population explosion, and so on and so on. Okay. So coming to the population explosion, as we all know, the overpopulation is a kind of very mm, uh, very contemporary issue. Contemporary, we can say that it is a kind of prevalent issues of our Indian society, because our Indian society, in India, the overpopulation becomes a very prominent factor that leads to various kind of social problems in our Indian society or in our India. So, a population explosion. What is the meaning of population explosion? If we look onto the population explosion, um, is there any doubt? Someone is just unmute themselves. Okay. So, if you're noticing what is the meaning, basic meaning of the population explosion, you might have known, but I will be saying it. Okay. The population explosion refers to the sudden and rapid rise in the size of population. A drastic growth in population beyond normal limits is called population explosion. So in our India, the limit, why we can say we are saying that the India is very overpopulated in nature, because according to the India's resources, the population is very higher amount, that the population is getting higher and higher. There are various causes of the overpopulation, why the population explosion is happening, why the population explosion is happening. But overpopulation of a society, of a country, is not good for the country's populations, because then there will be a lack of resources, then there will be a lack of land, lack of employment, and all these problems will be arising. So that is again leads to the social problems in India. So the population of India was around 361 million during the census of 1951, and now it reached to the one second. Yeah, now it reached to over 1.34 billion now. So basically, the if you can say the total world population, the India is having the 17.76% of the equivalent population of the total world population. So that is how the India is the we consider that after the China, India is the second most populous country in the world. So with the population growth rate at 1.2%, India is predicted to have more than 1.53 billion people by the end of the 2030. So that is why the population overpopulation or the population explosion is become a very rising problem that actually leads to various kind of social problems and various kind of social disorganization in our Indian society. So there are several causes of the population explosion we are noticing. First cause is the accelerating birth rate. We can say that after the implementation of or after the introduction of various modern medical technology, various modern medical privileges, the birth rate is very much higher in rate. And we can say that because accelerating birth rate, it is not about only the factor is not about the modern medicine or modern medical technology, it is also about the illiteracy too, because people are not that much literate enough about their country's population, or that much not literate enough to make use of the contraception, and to control their birth, and to make implementation of birth control, that the India's populations are very much accelerating in the birth rate. So we can say that due to a lack of awareness about the positive impact of using birth control method, there has been a steady growth in the birth rate. And we're noticing that as the birth rate is increasing, that's how the death rate is also decreasing. We can say the death rate is also decreasing in the Indian society. So it's a kind of like a overpopulation is happening in our Indian society. If the birth rate is getting higher and higher, if every family should contain 4 to 5 children, or 2 to 3 children, the children, then the birth rate of the Indian society will get higher and higher, and the Indian population will overpopulated, and it will create several number of social problems like unemployment, poverty, conflict, competition, and so on and so on. So the first causes of population explosion is the accelerating birth rate. Then the second was the decrease in infant mortality rate. Here we can say that the improvement of science and technology and wide uses of drugs has reduced the infant mortality rate. Previously, what happened? There is no such medical facilities were there. The accessibility to the medical facilities were not there. So basically what happened, when a mother give birth to a child, at that particular time might the mother maybe the mother would die, or the infant would die. So that is we called as the infant mortality rate. So now that is not happening. Infant mortality rate is decreasing day by day because of the improvement of science and technology. And we can also say that this improvement of science and technology also leads to the accelerating birth rate, because the IVF kind of system, all these are also becomes the substitute, or the uh, surrogation as a system. All these are becomes a substitute to give birth to the children, to make overpopulated to our country. So that is why the decrease in infant mortality rate again leads to the population explosion. Then the third causes, we can say that the increase in expectancy, as I have told you before, that the decrease in the death rate. Now the life expectancy is increasing day by day because of the due to improved living condition, better hygiene, sanitation habits, better nutrition, health education, etc. The average life expectancy of human population has improved significantly. Previously what happened, previously the mother, as I'm taking about the again I will be saying, giving you the examples. Basically the female persons have a very low life expectancy because they have to go to the birth kind of system, they have to go through the reproduction system. And at that point of time the medical facility was not much prominent, and because of which in various cases mother would die in the time of giving birth to a child. So now these kind of things were not there. There are better improvement of drug, or you can say the generic medicines were there, generic hospital accessibility were there. So all these things were like increasing the life expectancy, or it will again we can say that the decreasing a decrease in the mortality rate. So it again leads to the overpopulation. For an overpopulation, like as well, here here the mortality rate is decreasing, and here also the birth rate is also increasing. So it's a kind of various number of population will increase day by day. Then the fourth one, we can say the cause of population explosion is the increased immigration. In immigration, It happens when a large number arrive at an already populated place with intention to reside permanently. We can say that increased immigration is leads to, we can say, the slum area people we are seeing in the urban areas. All these are the factors of the increased immigrations. Like the rural people are basically coming to the urban areas, where the urban areas are already overpopulated in nature, and they again come to the rural people again come to the urban overpopulated urban areas and make try to make some kind of employment, or try to reside in between those urban areas, which again leads to the overpopulatedness of that particular area, and that will again leads to the slums and criminal activities or something like that. So increased immigrations are also leading to the population explosion, which population explosion in one particular urban areas. uh, One second. One particular urban area. So there are some other causes are there. For an example, we can say joint family systems are there, lack of responsibility of young couples in these families to bring up their children are there, lack of recreational facilities are there. So lack of information or wrong information about the adverse effects of vasectomy, tubectomy, and the loop are there. So all these are they will be considered as the other causes. Like for an example, we can say the joint family system in India. We can say that the in the joint family system to if uh, um, okay, in the joint family system, the giving birth to a children is give very emphasized in nature. Joint family system, the elderly people always emphasize upon to make their family to continue their kul, to continue their family, to continue their generation, for which young couples were pressurized to have a child. So because of which they have to go through several substitutes like surrogation, we can say, IVF, we can say. So joint family system is a very crucial plays a very crucial role to make the population overpopulated in nature. And also there is a lack of awareness about the contraception, or we can say the wrong information about the contraceptions pills and all those things. So all these again leads to the are the several causes of the population explosion. Coming back to the effects of the population explosion, so first effects, we can say the unemployment. We can say unemployment is a very much uh, very prominent or very important problem in our, or the important effect of the population explosion, we can say. In developing countries like India, with a backward economy and little scope for fruitful employment, millions of people find no work to do. So this is how the population explosion is again leads to the effect of unemployment. It again leads to the effect of unemployment because people are basically divided into various stratas, like rich class, poor class, and middle class. And those poor class people, or those rural class people, have no employment to do. That is why they are unemployed, and they create several social problems, like we can say criminal activities, robberies, and any kind of murder kind of things, and something like that. So unemployment becomes a several important effect of the population explosion in India. Then comes to the second one is illiteracy. Illiteracy is also, population is the key reason which again leads to the illiteracy in India. We can say that the as many as the population exploding, as many as the population will increasing day by day, the so it will be a kind of difficult part for the government to give a free education to the all the children's, all the child of the country. So it becomes so half of the population, half of the children are basically stay illiterate, and they do not have that they do not get that environment to make themselves study or to make themselves literate. And also the unemployment also leads to the illiteracy too, because those persons, those people who are unemployed, who do not have any basic amenities or any basic livelihood, any basic income to maintain their livelihood, they can't afford to educate their children, so it will increase the illiteracy too. So, and another effect is the poor health. As we can say, the health facilities is also as an effect of the population explosion. It is also becomes a very difficult part for the government to provide a good amount of health facilities, good amount of adequate food and nutrition to its country's population, country's people. So here the poor health comes. That is how we can say all these people are the malnutrition, the hunger rate is increasing day by day in our India because of the population in explosion. The overpopulated countries like India are having the hunger rates, are having the very poor health facilities for their people, for their country's populations. So this is one of another effect. The another effect we can say, the another effect we can say, the overpopulation. The overpopulation is happens, people do not get a place to stay. As many as the population will increase, they will not get that much of place to stay, or to or to accommodate themselves comfortably with a place. So this is how the overpopulation is also increasing. So these are some of the effects of the population explosion, we can say. So if I will be reminding if I will be revising it again, the causes of the population explosion: the first one is the accelerating birth rate, then the second one is the sorry, decrease in infant mortality rate, third one is increase in life expectancy, then the fourth one is increased immigration. Likewise, the effects of population explosions are the unemployment, illiteracy, poor health, overpopulation, and the criminal activities, and several other effects are there. So these are the causes and effects of the population explosion. Okay. Coming to the population policy, which is there in your unit 2, population policy refers to the a kind of plan of action or statement of aims and deals, or a statement of aims and ideals, which specially one made by a government uh, to make a effect on the population, to make an effect on the control of the population, on the population. You can say, you might have noticed that the China have that China is having that very strict regulation that a family should, a couple should have only one, or a minimum one and maximum two child. So this is how the population policy is happening, that the population policy is basically to control or to make a check on the population uh, rate of its country. So according to UNO, United Nations, according to United Nation organization, according to UNO, population policy is an effort to affect the size, structure, and distribution or characteristics of populations. So it's basically, population policies is an effort to affect the size, structure, and distribution of the population and or characteristics of the population. So basically population policy, whatever the policies we are having, so that actually an effort to affect the size structure of the population. So we should make our policy in such a way that it will affect the population, the size and structure of the population. So according to UNO, it says that the population policy is an effort to affect the size, structure, and distribution of the characteristics of population. So, as a country of the India, as a developing country, yeah, um, as a developing country like India has to aim at some of the features to control its when it is having their population policy. So India should have make their aim to to certain factors. That is, first one is decreasing the mortality. Then the second one is creating awareness among the masses. Third one is procuring necessary contraceptives. Fourth one is enacting laws like legalizing abortion. And fifth one is giving incentives as well as incentives. So in developing countries like India, whenever the population policy, India is having some kind of population policy, whenever it frames some kind of population policy, they should create some of the policies on the basis of all these factors. That is decreasing the mortality, creating awareness among the masses, procuring necessary contraceptives, and so on and so on. So basically, the initially the policy in India was framed in 1952. It was basic. It was a very basic policy, as the India is having the first population policy. So the policy was basically flexible and based on a trial and error approach. So it's a kind of trial and error approach. They're just trying some kind of new policies, some kind of population policies, so that it will affect the India's population. So after the 1952, the subcommittee on population appointed under the chairmanship of Dr. Radhakamal Mukherjee by the National Planning Committee, led emphasis by the National Planning Committee led emphasis on self control, spreading knowledge of cheap and safe methods of birth control, and establishing birth control clinics. So basically, the first committee that was established under the chairmanship of Radha Kamal Mukherjee by the National Planning Committee, it actually, the population policy laid an emphasis on self control, how the people should make their own self control, and spreading knowledge about the birth control things, cheap and safe methods of birth control, establishing birth control clinics. Like previously we do not have that abortion clinics, abortion was not that much legalized in our India. So now they are having some kind of birth control clinics, so that the clinics, the members of the clinics, the doctors should provide some kind of guiding methods to take birth controls or something like that. So it also, this committee is also recommended raising the marriage age, because previously the marriage age of, like previously girls were basically married between their ages of 18. After the 18 they get married. Also illegal marriages were also happened at that time. So what happened when the marriage age is very less, like 18 or like 19, 20, so the reproductive system of that particular girl is also high in that period of time. So the reproduction and the giving birth of that particular girl is also high. So that is the thing, that the rising of the marriage age, discouragement of polygamy, and discouragement of polygamy. So these committees basically laid emphasis on all these kind of things, in all these kind of things. Okay, I think time has come. I will be talking about the rest of the population policy in the next class. Thank you, class.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, dear students. So now we'll be dealing with your course, Crime and Society. So uh, before understanding your course, that is Crime and Society, first we'll discuss some of the terminology, sociological terminology regarding that. So what is society? First, we need to understand. So society, as all of you know, that it's a group of people who live together in communities. So that is society. Then here we'll come across some words like that coevolution, the evolution of two or more interdependent species is adapting to change in the other. Then here also we'll come across these words like genotype, that is the combination of genes that a particular living thing carries. Then analogy, the process of comparing one thing with another which has similar features in order to explain it. Then, okay, so as all of you know that society, what is society? So society is the system approach of Talcott person that claims that the governance of individual relationships at micro level is taken care by macro level, and that the functional contribution of an individual to the society, so that is indispensable, so that the society cannot live without the individual, and vice versa. That means society cannot live without individual, and so individual cannot live without society also. The entire interactive approach in sociology and even social psychology revolves around this concept of relationship between individual and society. You see, before understanding the relationship between crime and society, we need to understand the relationship between individual and society. This relationship paves the way for framing the most acceptable definition of society, which is given by McIver and Page. So, according to McIver and Page, society is a system of usages and procedures of authority and mutual aid of any groupings and divisions of controls of human behavior and of liberties. So, so we'll discuss the relationship of individual and society by citing these different points. Number one, the nature of social unity. The nature of social unity is the unique quality of social unity is revealed when it is contrasted with other types of unities. That is, various forms of unities may be distinguished by viewing the nature of the functional relations of units or part of the whole. A type of unity is the organic to which the society itself is assigned mistakenly. In this type, one can interpret the cells, organs, and various systems that this compose, for instance, circulatory, glandular, nervous, etc. These derive their significance solely from their utility to the life of the organism as a whole. Mechanism is another type of unity, the specific form of which is man-made machine. The machine is an autonomous or self-sustaining or self-producing, like the self-reproducing, like the organism. However, its various parts like wheels, gears, transmission, belt can be understood in terms of their contribution to the functioning of the whole machine, isn't it? So, like organic unity, mechanical unity has been attributed to society or parts of it, but the social system must be distinguished from these types. For a social system, social relationships grow and change in accordance with the change attitudes and interests of its members of some or all of the units or individuals who compose it. Here, the system that derives its significance from its support uh, of and contribution to the final purpose of individuals themselves. Without this purpose, social unity cannot be envisaged. This principle makes the harmonization of society and individuality is possible. So, understanding individuality. If we do not understand individuality, then we cannot relate it with society. So, when we extend the meaning of individuality to man, we find it essential to use the term in its sociological reference. Here, one can argue that social being has more individuality in the following circumstances. Number one, his conduct is not imitative, nor is it the result of suggestion. Number one. Number two, he is not entirely the slave of custom or even of habit, because he has that consciousness that he or she can change the circumstances. He can change the custom also. His response to the social environment are not altogether automatic and subservient. His personal purpose is factors in his real life activities. Individuality in sociological sense is that attribute which reveals the member of a group as more than merely a member. He is a self, a center of activity and response, expressive of nature that is his own. This concept supports the admonition that we often give to others or to ourselves. The factor of being yourself, being oneself needs not mean just originally, it certainly doesn't mean uh, eccentricity. A strong individuality may in fact express more fully the spirit of equality of his country or his time, but he does so not because he is quickly imitative or easily suggestible, but because of his sensitivity, but because of sensitivity to age itself. So it is true that when members of a group are more individualized, they'll exhibit greater differences and will express themselves in a greater variety of ways. But the criterion of individuality is not the extent to which each individual differs from the rest. It is rather how far each acts autonomously in his own consciousness with his own interpretation of the claims of others. When the possessor of individuality does at others do, at least in those matters which he deems important, he does it simply. This is not because others do not, but because he himself approves that particular behavior. When he follows authority, except as far as he compelled to, he follows it partly because of conviction and not because of authority. He does not specifically accept or reflect the opinions of others. He has certain independence of judgment, initiatives, discriminations, strength of character, etc. The extent to which he exhibits these qualities is directly proportional to his individuality. So, in general, human society extends to all human beings and all members of the animal species. But we should not equate the human species with animal society, with human society. We should not equate the human species with the human society as with other animals. The qualities of the species are distributed among individual members. In totality, they make up humankind. It is tough. It is though their social relations that they constitute societies, and the total set of relations at any time makes up what we call world society. The development of culture makes human society a special case as compared to the societies of other species. The way of acting, thinking, and feeling are transmitted from one generation to another and across societies through learning, and not through inheritance. So then, so this is individual, this is society. Then what is culture? As all of you know, that culture is a way of life. It's a design for living. So it can be divided into material, because you see, before understanding crime and society, we need to understand all these basic things. Without having this basic understanding, we cannot understand, because crime is there because individual commits crime, isn't it? So crime is also sometimes a way of life. It becomes a culture of a society. So we need to understand that what is culture, what is society, what is individual. Then only it will be easier for us to understand what is crime and what is how it is related to society. Okay, so culture can be divided into different parts, that is material and non-material forms. Material culture, it comprises the man-made objects like tools, furniture, roads, buildings, practically any physical item that has been altered for use falls in the category of material culture. So, according to Bidney, culture is the product of agrofacts, that is the product of civilization, artifacts, product of industry. Number one, agrofacts. Agrofacts means the product of civilization. Artifacts, that is the product of industry. Sociofacts, that is social organization. And mentifacts, that is language, religion, art, etc. According to Merit, culture is communicable intelligence. Robert Redfield, an American anthropologist and ethnolinguist, has emphasized symbolic view of culture. According to him, culture is an organized body of conventional understanding which manifested in art and artifacts and characterizes a human group. For Redfield, culture is the complete conventional meaning which is embodied in artifacts, social structures, and symbols. Okay, so Ruth Benedict, as all of you know, Ruth Benedict, an anthropologist of culture and personality, in her book Pattern of Culture, has defined culture from personality point of view. According to her, a culture, like an individual, is more or less consistent pattern of thought and action. Thus, she has defined culture from a formal to aesthetics viewpoint. Malinowski and Radcliffe Brown has proposed an instrumental and humanistic definition of culture. According to Malinowski, culture is an instrument for the satisfaction of the needs of the human being. Malinowski defines culture as the tool that facilitates mankind to protect and realize his physical survival. This consequently results in more developed rational and logical mode of survival. All economic, social, religious, and linguistic needs of mankind originate from general and the basic need, that is human need. Hence, they are all related to each other. Since all factor within a culture and interrelated, there are no loose strings. Thus, it is evident that any single trait cannot exist all by itself. Its identity emerges when it is seen as a part of the whole and not in isolation. So, Malinowski stressed that culture has a broad range and is self reliant. According to him, if slight change occurs in any part of the culture, the whole part is affected, isn't it? So, he was a staunch deriver of cultural pluralism the biophysical, in which in which the biophysical requirements of individual impact the growth of every culture. He recommended that culture can be studied on the basis of these requirements and not on the basis of any fixed standards, that is sufficiently based on basic requirements. Is a quality of culture in which many different parts are closely connected and work successfully together. This is the result of widespread knowledge. Culture includes language and technology, both of which involve the communication of the ideas and the possibility of sophisticated coordination of action. Like an organism, you see, a society is a system of relations, isn't it? So these relations are between organisms themselves rather than between cells. The organism is a determined structure and parts of this structure, when in operation, contribute to the existence of the whole. The whole gives its continuity, which part that constituent individuals. The social contract theory is unique. It gives importance to an individual as the architect of society. This theory was propounded by three eminent philosophers, Thomas Hobbes, John Locke, and J.J. Rousseau. According to this theory, all men were born free and equal, and individual makes a mutual agreement and creates society. So that is the view of the social contract theorist. Then organismic theory states that society is never made by man. It is natural creation. It is a natural creation and has begun through the process of evolution. And has begun through the process of evolution. Spencer conceives society is a biological system, a greater organism alike in its structure and function, exhibiting the same kind of unity as the individual organism and subject to similar laws of development, maturation, and decline. Thus, the basic assumption of society is similar to a biological organism. The only difference is the size. So, heredity contains all potentialities of life, but all actualities are evoked within and under the conditions of environment. So, here today we have understood what is society, what is culture, then uh, then what is individuality. These are all basic things. If we do not understand these things, it is difficult for us to understand crime and society. Then community, as all of you know, that community, that that Socrates has said about the person who is independent of his fellow beings and is unable to live in community or society is either beast or god. So community is the combination of two Latin words, that is cam means together and munis means serve. Serve together is called community. So in community we have we feeling, it has a specific territory, geographical territory. So these are all different kinds of community. Its characteristics are they are self-organized network of people with common agenda, cause, interest, who collaborate by sharing ideas, information, and other resources. Okay, so this is in a nutshell is the community. So the person who lives without community is either a beast or god. So community is the combination of two Latin words, that is can means together and means serve. Serve together is called community. Men are like trees, and nor the and needs and and the roots, therefore they must have to spoil to root themselves where the group of men living together can create some attachment to a particular locality. Men have never lived alone. The basic requirement of existence has been the social bonds that unite each man to another, uh, each man to other, the closest being those of the family and those in groups. In what other wider social bonds have even been needed to link man to more extensive social arrangements, developed, the structure developed from these more public ties has been called communities. The member of any group, that is small or large, living together in such a way that they share not not this or that particular interest, but the basic conditions of a common life, the basic condition of the concept is that one can live a whole life within a community, that is a city or a tribe or a village. It may be self-sufficient in fulfillment of basic needs. Small communities exist within larger communities or cities, within districts, within a province, the provinces with greater, with larger communities or cities with different districts, the district within the province within the whole state, and the state within the whole world. So, in simple terms, community is a population rooted in one place where the daily life of each member involves the contact with the dependence of other members taken together. The wide variety of tasks performed by members within is an attempt to ensure that social and economic needs will be met in a stable and predictable way. So this is in a very nutshell that is community. So community has certain characteristics. These are a group of people. Number two, a definite locality. Number three, community sentiment. Number four, naturality. Number five, permanence. Number six, similarity. Number seven, wider ends. Then eight is total organized social life. Then a particular name. Then no legal status. Size of the community, it may be big or small. Concrete in nature, a community is concrete in nature. Then community exists within society and possesses distinguishable structure which distinguishes it from others. So this is in a very nutshell the characteristics of the community. Then social structure. So question comes to our mind that why we are studying all these things, because if we do not understand all these basic concepts, we do not understand crime and society. So in a very nutshell, we are going through this concept. So on the macro scale, social structure is the system of socio-economic stratification, that is example class and the structure, social institutions or other patterned relations between large social groups. On the meso scale, it is the structure of social network ties between the individuals or organizations. Social structure in sociology is the distinctive stable arrangement of institutions whereby human began in a society, interact and live together. Social structure is often treated together with the concept of social change, which deals with forces that change the social structure and the organization of society. So, these subtypes of social structure theories can be identified. So, social disorganization theory, strain theory, and culture conflict theory. Social disorganization theory encompasses the notion of social pathology, which is society as a kind of organism, and crime and deviance as a kind of disease or social pathology. So now you understood why we are discussing all these basic concepts, because here you see society as a kind of organism and crime and deviance is a kind of disease, or we could say that social pathology. What are the components of social structure? We do not understand the social structure, so then we cannot understand that organism, and also we cannot understand that what kind of pathology is having that organism. It refers to society's framework consisting of various relationships between people and groups that direct and set limits on human behavior. The major components of social structure include culture, social class, social status, roles, groups, and social institutions. These are some of the major elements of a social structure. The structure of society refers to the way society is organized. Society is organized into different parts: institutions, social groups, statutes, and roles. Institutions and institutions is an established and enduring pattern of social relationships. Then, uh, then come to socialization, because you see, if crime will become a way of life, that it will be transmitted from generation to generation through socialization. So process by which individual acquires the knowledge, language, social skill, and values to conform to the society, conforms to the norms and rules required for integration into the group or community. It is a combination of both self-imposed, that is because the individual wants to conform, and externally imposed rules, the expectations of the others. Uh, even in an organizational setting, socialization refers to the process through which new employee learns the ropes by becoming sensitive to the formal and informal power structure and the explicit and implicit rules of behavior. Okay, so mm, Annette is presenting a new theoretical understanding of socialization that is outlined here. Number one, there are three basic goals of socialization. Number one, impulse control and development of conscience. This is number one, the process of socialization. Number two, role preparation and performance, including occupational role, gender roles, and roles in institutions such as marriage and parenthood, etc. The cultivation cultivation of sources of meaning, the cultivation of sources of meaning, or what is important, valued, and to be lived for, and what to be lived for. In short, socialization is the process that prepares humans to function in social life. It should be reiterated here that socialization is culturally relative. Definitely, it is culturally relative. Uh, uh, People in different culture and people that occupy different racial, class, gender, sexual, and religious social locations are socially differently, socialized differently. The distinction does not and should not inherently force any an evaluative judgment. Socialization does it is the adoption of culture is going to be different in every culture and within different subcultures. Realization as both process and an outcome is not better or worse in any particular culture or subculture. So, so it should be noted that while socialization is a key sociological process in the development of individuals who can function in human society, not every aspect of human behavior is learned. For instance, there is evidence from the most children have innate empathy for individuals who are believed and learned. It's empathy and morals. Thus, thus, in fact, be biologically determined. To what extent human behavior is biologically determined versus learned is still an open question uh, uh, in the study of human behavior. But recent times of biological genetics, neuroscience, and psychological literature suggests that culture can influence biology and vice versa. That is, nurture becomes nature through the process wherein learned response and behaviors fed the development of the brain and the activation of genetic potentials. Socialization is a life process. So there are different kinds of socialization, primary and secondary socialization. So, dear students, we'll take a break of 2 minutes. After that, we'll start. So, secondary, primary socialization that is takes place early in life as a child and adolescent. Secondary socialization refers to the socialization that takes place throughout one's life, both as child and as one encounters new groups that require additional socialization. So that is secondary socialization. Then, okay. So now we'll discuss broad and narrow socialization. So that is broad socialization is intended to promote interdependence, individualism, and self-expression. It is dubbed broad because this type of socialization has the potential of resulting in a broad range of customs, broad range of outcomes. Narrow socialization is intended to promote obedience and conformity. It is dubbed narrow because there is a narrow range of outcomes. Then social context. What is that? Social context. The social environment, social context, socio-cultural context, or milieu refers to the immediate physical and social setting in which a uh, social context, also known as milieu, social environment, socio-cultural context or milieu refers to the immediate physical or social setting in which people live or in which something happens or develops. It includes the culture that the individual was educated or lives and the people and the institutions with whom they interact. The social context, also known as milieu, is how someone reacts to something depending on their immediate social or physical environment. So, social context can influence how someone perceives something. For example, a person, for example, who is trying a new food in an unwelcoming or harsh environment might perceive the food as tasting bad and not like it in the future. But if they had been in a fun and relaxing environment when they first tried it, they may have perceived the food as tasting good and ending up enjoying it. So subjective elements of social problems. Then we'll discuss now subjective element of social problems. Whether a particular situation is a social problem or not is largely a matter of subjective because it's very necessary to understand crime. Because subjective interpretation of anything is really important in order to understand crime. Because when some individual is committing crime, that means he has perceived that situation, he has perceived or the environment has compelled him to perceive that situation as something not preferable. As a result, the individual is giving some kind of deviant behavior, is showing some kind of deviant behavior. As a result, we call it a crime sometimes. So, whether a particular situation is a social problem or not, it's largely a matter of subjective judgment. One society may regard a situation a problem, while another may not so regard it. In the same society, too, what is regarded a problem today may not be so regarded tomorrow because of change of conditions and attitudes. The social problems are what people think they are. And if situations are not defined as a social problem by people involved in them, they are not in a problem. They are not problems to those people, although they may be problems to philosophers or scientists or outsiders. This, thus, prostitution was no social problem in ancient Greece, where the earrings of priestess and prostitute built and maintained the religious temples. In ancient in ancient time, in ancient India, caste system was no problem. The several castes accepted their hereditary status and as fixed from beginning, and their religion sanctioned their acceptance and hereditary status. Okay, slavery in America, we could say slavery in America would have never become social problem had it not been challenged. In this way, a particular situation does not become a social problem unless and until it is considered morally wrong by the majority or at least by a substantial minority. Then, however, in spite of the subjective nature of social problems, there are some social problems which are universal, we could say, or permanent. War, that is a permanent social problem. That is not a, we cannot say that is subjective in nature. Crime, unemployment, and poverty have always been regarded major social problems by all societies in all the times. This goes to show that men everywhere have possessed the same basic drives and have had to deal with the same kind of environmental and social conditions. This is why many of the social problems of today are identical with those of the olden times. Every social problem implies three things. What are these things? What are these three things? Firstly, that something should be done to change the situation which constitute a problem. Secondly, that the existing social order will have to be changed to solve the problem. Thirdly, that the dimension that the situation regarding the problem is undesirable, but it is not inevitable. Uh, the people deplore the situation because they think that it can be reformed or eliminated. It may also be noted that a situation becomes a problem only after the people become aware that certain cherished valuations are treated by conditions which are becomes acute. Without such awareness, no situation can be identified as a problem. This awareness can be known when the people begin to say that something ought to be done to remove the situation. When the people say something ought to be done, they also propose that this and that should be done. Herein ends and means are discussed in the alternative solutions are proposed. Alternativity become the social problem in India only after it is realized by people that it constitutes a threat to the social unity and that something ought to be done to abolish it. Then, classification of social problems. Uh, some sociologists have made an attempt to classify social problems. Harold A. Phelps classified them under four categories corresponding to the four major problems. That is economic, biological, biopsychological, then cultural. Among the problems stemming from economic costs, he listed poverty, unemployment, dependency, etc. So among those arising, among those, yeah, yeah, among those arising from biological sources included physical disease and defects. Among the problems emanating from psychological sources included neurosis, psychosis, epilepsy, feeble-mindedness, suicide, and alcoholism. Among the problems deriving from cultural sources included problems of the aged, the homeless, and the widowed, divorcee, illegitimacy, illegitimacy, then crime and delinquency, etc. In America, the report of the President's Committee on the recent social trends attributed social problems simply to inadequacies in physical heritage, biological heritage, social heritage, and social policy. Under physical heritage were included problems like depletion and conservation of natural resources. Under the second category, the biological were included problems of population, quantity, quality, growth, decline, and flexibility, as well the problems of eugenetic, eugenics and birth of control. So then, in the third category, that is social heritage, were included. Here were included the problems involving technological change, unemployment, business cycles, depression, education, politics, religion, public health, law of enforcement, and minority groups. Under social policy were included problems of planning and reorganizing social, economic, political life, and institutions. However, none of the problems listed that belong exclusively to any single category. The poverty may be the due to disease, a biological source, or to inadequate vocational preparation, which is a cultural source. Several causes may be called for any other social problems. Unemployment may be due to a social policy or physical heritage. We may be due to economic sources or cultural one. The cause of each social problem lies not in one source but in many sources, and therefore, to find an adequate solution to the problem, it is necessary to investigate all the causes. The causes of social problems. You see, no problem is due to a single cause. As stated in the preceding discussion, social problems have no singular single cause, simple cause. Each problem has a complex history and is usually due to not one but to many causes, which are sometimes even difficult to determine. Among the several causes to priority can be ranked. War, poverty, crime, or unemployment does not offer single simple explanation for their occurrence. Sometimes one problem is so involved with other problems that it cannot be solved apart from them. For example, the problem of crime cannot be solved. The yeah, the problem of the crime that cannot be solved without solving the problem of poverty, and the problem of poverty cannot be solved without solving the problem of illiteracy. In other words, social problems will be considered in their complex totality, and only then they will be understood and dealt with efficiently, effectively. Then, attempts to find out a single cause. So, what are the different crimes that is happening in society or social problems that is happening in society? Social researchers are trying to find out a single cause. What is that? In spite of the fact that no problem is due to a single cause, some sociologists have, in spite of that, made an attempt to find out a single explanation for a problem. Even to the layman, the notion that a problem is due to a simple and single cause is widespread. Then what is that? Lombroso, the father of criminology, was of the view that criminal behavior is involved and is primarily a biological phenomenon. He said that the criminal has definite physical stigmata or anomalies, uh, uh, such as a symmetrical cranium, long lower jaw, pattern nose. He represents an atavistic type or a throwback low primitive man. The view of Lombroso's that criminally is biologically determined was disproved by Charles Guerin, the English statistician, who proved that the criminals in no way different from the non-criminals in physical characteristics. Henry H. Goddard, an American psychologist, asserted that crime is due to primarily to mental deficiency, especially feeble-mindedness. Then, But his assertion was soon negated by various researchers. Some sociologists point out that emotional imbalance or glandular disturbance is to be considered the primary cause of criminal behavior, but the assertion also been disproved by many criminologists. The Dutch criminologist held the view that crime is the result of crime is the result mainly of the abuse of presence of the capitalist system. However, his view finds few adherents today. Montesquieu pointed out that the cause of crime are that are the geographical factors like climate, weather, but Cohen has rejected this view that uh, asserted that the conception of geographical school is more imaginative than factual. The commonly accepted view that crime today is that there is no single cause of crime or individual become criminals for different reasons. Individual becomes criminal for different reasons. So what are these different reasons? Yes. So the commonly accepted view that crime today is that there is no single cause of crime for individuals become criminals for different reasons, though some common factors may be present in many cases, yet in almost every instance the combination of factors is unique. A situation or circumstances may cause one person to turn to criminality, but many may not affect another similarly. The criminal behavior is due to a number of interrelated factors involving environment and personality. Walter C. Reckless remarked that criminology may be forced to abandon the hopeless search for general causes of crime and be satisfied with establishing the relative importance of certain conditions associated with criminal behavior. What is true of crime is also true of other social problems like unemployment, poverty, suicide, where no single solution can be offered for the occurrence. Unemployment may be due to bad economic planning, industrialization, or inadequate system of education. Poverty may be the result of poor conservation of natural resources, biological disabilities of the people, or capitalistic system. Suicide may be due to poverty may be the result of poor conservation of natural resources, biological disabilities of the people, or capitalist system. Suicide may be due to mental unadjustment. Suicide is due to mental unadjustment, family disputes, or evil social customs. Similarly, war may be due to the aggressive nature of people, economic conditions, or imperialistic aspirations of some people. Thus, it is apparent that the particularistic interpretation of social problems ascribing them to a single cause is wholly inadequate. The origin of social problems lies not in a single cause but in many causes which cannot be put under a single theory. So, a problem may be due to the combination of physical, biological, mental, or cultural factors, or any one of them. So, according to Landberg and others, interference with communication among the members of a community produce deviant behavior. Interference with communication may arise on account of two factors: personal factors like feeble-mindedness, physical disability, etc., and social factors like urbanization, industrialization, immobility, conflicting codes and standards, and weak social institutions. So it may be that a particular factor is a primary source, whereas the other factors are secondary. But which is the primary source? Opinions differs on it. Thus, P.A. Parsons held that the incomplete adjustment of man to material resources is responsible for his problems, whereas A.B. Wolf maintained that the functional social problem is one of the population. Agwan contended that many social problems are the result of the failure of the original nature of man to adjust itself to constant changes in culture and its institutions. So now we'll discuss crime as a social problem. So crime is a violation of criminal law for which formal penalties are applied by some governmental authority. It represents some type of deviation from formal social norms administered by the state. Crimes are divided by law into various categories depending on the severity of the offense, the age of the offender, the potential punishment that that can be levied, and the court that holds jurisdiction over the case. There is no society in any part of the world with which is without crime. One of the serious problems of today's crime is that in many cases criminals are socially, politically, and economically so powerful that they decide the course of punishment for others while they themselves manage to get escaped completely. What are the different causes of crime? There are many causes of crime. Few of the causes that now we'll discuss. Number one, poverty, education system, unemployment, political setup, changes in values. Poverty is one of the most important cause of crime because, in fact, it can be said that it is the root cause of many crimes. Though poverty is a relative term, yet every form it results in corruption and adopting illegal and underhand means. Poverty results in committing suicide and prostitutions as well as bravery and so on. Directly or indirectly, poverty is responsible for all sorts of crimes. Then number two, educational system. Unfortunately, present day education system is very defective. The system of education doesn't stress on morality and character, which are effective sources for checking crimes. Similarly, we find the education is mostly not personal biased and does not help the young people to get timely employment. Delaying getting poor employment encourages tendency towards crime. Then unemployment. Next cause. Unemployment. It is the in the economic field, unemployment plays an important role in committing of crimes. Thus, an underdeveloped young person can become a robber or a thief. He can become violent and take law into his own action, own hand. In this way, unemployment result in many crimes. That is the reason that we find that in countries which are underdeveloped economy and in which chances of unemployment are marginal, rate of crime is high. Then political setup. So what is that political setup? Our political setup also encourages crime in our modern times. Governments, machineries, and slow and inefficient, with the result that this becomes premium on the illegal activities of the criminals. Similarly, one legal system too is very complex and complicated, and the criminals are confident that they can escape free and involve some innocent persons in it. They know that by their illegally and wealth they can purchase as well as mold the course of law. Not only this, but we find that some of our politicians encourage criminals for one reason or the another. Change in the values. As we know, due to industrialization and advancement of science and so science and technology, social values have very greatly changed. Today, we are more materialistic and rational as well as individualist. Collectivism and blind faith is being replaced by new ideas. Due to these changes, social values have also together changed and restrictions considerably reduced. This has resulted in committing many crimes. The social problems, deviance, and crime concentration examines uh, uh, a variety of social problems with the social special emphasis on type of behavior which are inconsistent and social norms, with social norms challenging to social order and order and are illegal. This concentration also examines the role of morality, public opinion, politics, government law, and institutions of social control. The definition as well as the response to other social problems, deviance, and crime, while containing some overlap with available considerations in the criminology and justice studies. Measure the sociological perspectives here suggest important commonalities across the studies of crime, deviance, and social problems and the relevance of broad sociological themes including critical inquiry, empirical research, and increased awareness of social context. This concentration provides relevant preparations for students intended in further study in the areas of public safety, social policy, social services, and civil services, and graduate studies in law or social science. It can also be a convenient and constructive resource enabling a double measure between sociology and psychology and justice studies. Then, mm, sociological theories pertaining to crime and deviance. The theory of anomy, uh, that is Robert Merton's theory, anomy, sometimes also termed as strain theory or means ends theory. In one of the most famous articles in sociology, its first version written in 1940, Robert Merton begins by addressing biological explanation of deviance that conclude that biology cannot account for variations from one society to the next in the nature and extent of deviance. He primarily inserts interest is not as much why a particular individual deviates, but why the rates of deviance differ so dramatically in different societies and for different subgroups which within a single society. Button works within the overall functionalist perspective, but we have already addressed which puts a great deal of emphasis on the role of culture, particularly in unifying aspects. But now Morton adopts a concept he borrows from Durkheim to analyze situations in which culture creates deviance and disunity. In Durkheim's uses, anomy referred to a situation in which cultural norms break down because of rapid change. Anomic suicide, for example, can occur during a major economic depression when peoples are not able to achieve the goals that they have learned to pursue, but it can also occur when the economy experiences a boom and suddenly the sky is the limit. People do not know how to limit their goals, be satisfied with their achievements, but to change the concept slightly to refer to a situation in which there is an apparent lack of fit between the culture's norms, what constitutes success in life, goals and culture's norms about the appropriate ways to achieve those goals. That is means. In Morton's formulation, anomy becomes the explanation for a high rate of deviant behavior in the US compared with other societies, and also an explanation for the distribution of deviant behavior across groups defined by class, race, ethnicity, and the like. Thus, US, in fact, Morton sees as a polar example of a society in which success goals are often primarily or monetary terms are emphasized for everyone in the culture, and people are criticized as being quitters if they scale back their goals. On the other hand, culture is best. On the other hand, the culture is at best ambivalent. It's, uh, in its best ambivalent in its norms about the appropriate means of being successful. Certainly, hard work and ambition in school and then in the economic marketplace and the culture approved means of success, but there is also an element of admiration for the robber baron, for the uh, mm, robber baron and the row who breaks the rules about appropriate means but achieves success goal by deviant means. In America, in other words, success is probably rated a lot more highly than virtue. So, so certainly hard work and ambition in school and then in the economic marketplace are the culturally approved means of success. But there is also an element of admiration for the robber baron and the row who breaks the rules about appropriate means but achieves success goals by deviant means. In America, in other words, success is probably rated a lot more highly than virtue. So, uh, so this discussion on anomy, it will continue in my next class. So, sociological theories pertaining to crime and society that will continue in our next class. So today it's 2 o'clock. So today we conclude our class here. So thank you, students. So thank you all.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.